Boys, we've got Wednesday. We're going to be continuing the Rakan journey, but first we got some testing to do. Also, we're going to play our warm-up game as always. We're going to be continuing with best of threes, trying to progress on the climbing ladder, but we are also going to start transitioning from our early game into the mid game with on focus. If you've been watching the past couple days, it's been largely about the early game, trying to function around the early game fundamentals especially, and just kind of learning matchups a little bit, where we can and can't push pressure, where we can and can't apply extra force, and then being very careful with how we're executing things in the early game, because Rakan's going to scale and going to have chances to blow up fights later in the game. It's less important to try to do it early. So we've done a pretty good job on that. Make sure you check those out if you haven't yet. And today we're going to start focusing on the middle game, making sure that we've got our good quadrants of vision. We've been in discussion with Coach Cupcake about Rakan a little bit, and some things that are available to the champion, and we're going to try to put those to the limit as we climb up. But right now we're going to do a little warm-up, and we're going to test one little thing that I know you guys who are fans of the channel have seen before. So stick around. We'll get this one game with a tank with a special item purchased second. We'll see what happens. Looks like we're 4 seconds behind. That's not so bad. Let me try a quick little refresh. Try to get as close to live as possible. Well, that made it a bit worse. Okay, we shouldn't be too bad. It should be about 4 seconds behind. This is a very long queue. What's going on with our queue? The problem is I cannot go support or jungle to test. I could go AD carry, but it's problematic because I don't want to play a tank from that position unless it's like Tom Kench, maybe Shen. Maybe there's a couple champions that we've been kind of leaning towards putting in that lane in a farming role, but AD carry is expected to deal with mid wave and take the mid wave, and while that's the case, and while I'm proximal to a support, that is not conducive towards the test. So maybe you've already figured out what we're trying to do, but if not, I'm sure it's gonna be fun and hopefully eye-opening. They've made a couple changes to the lineup. All right, let's see. We're looking at tanks in the top lane, specifically ones that are very good on one item, and preferably one that is rank 5 mastery. So we're looking, I believe, at set and below. So I guess that would mean Scion in most cases. Although we do want to have some amount of mastery to make sure that what we're getting is the most of what we can get. I like how Smolder's showing up in the top lane. Could go Poppy, could go Renekton. Port in Italy seems, you know, like something to play. They're probably going to be super deadly, but they're not going to offer anything in the late game. It's going to be like having a Misfortune support. And specifically, it might be very bad with a Kindred, right? Because you're looking for blow-up teamfight effect to pair well with this, which Scion does in spades, but Nidalee not going to do. But we're not really here to judge the team comp in this Norms game. It's no big deal. But what do we want from this? This will be important. Spellveth Shyvana. Shyvana's probably in the top lane with me. Now she could have a very strong phase against me. I could go like this to clear a little bit faster, especially with the AD train. It makes it very easy for the Q to just Decimating Smash, absolutely get a massive amount of damage in. I do believe that we want conditioning. If we go with all of these scaling runes, however, we might have a little bit of a problem. Demolish, we're not really going to be in split push mode, so let's go like Overgrowth, we already get the extra HP bonus, so we're not really getting much from that, but the 3.5 extra maximum health is going to be a lot, right? Like we're talking, well, maybe it's not even that much. If we're at 4,000 health, that's just 120. And 120 on top of 4,000 is like nothing. So maybe actually Overgrowth's not doing anything for us. Let's see, we've got slow, we've got root, we've got multiple slows, knock up. It's not actually that great of a game for this, but Revitalize will work very well with Font of Life, and Second Wind will work very well with our maximum HP pool. We're already going to be scaling, so let's make sure we've got health in the early game. We're going to play like this. To do it or not to do it. We're going to do it. I'm pretty sure Shyvana just has her way with us. She's going to be poking us out a lot anyway, so we're going to try to make as much of an effort to help with our team. We can even potentially leash Kindred, which is not something I'm generally a fan of, but again, anytime that you have a completely losing matchup, then that's the time that you would want to do it. That's a flash down, my friend. Let's see if I can stop some backs. They may have all retreated. My ward is going to be much more useful here for a couple of reasons. One, it's going to see whether or not Bel'Veth is coming on this side. We could go to the Raptor camp, but I'm also just going to stand here on Raptors and really get an idea of where she's going. I do not need to be at this first lane interval. Now, Bel'Veth coming out of base would be about on the same pace as me coming this way. I could do something ridiculous to her camp here if I did find her on the camp. I haven't seen her yet. No idea where she's at. Probably on red then. Let's go check this camp real quick. Yep, we're good. Okay. Yep, they are absolutely on this camp. Now, since no one is here, taking more damage than I think she might realize. She's actually doing herself a disfavor there with that. Zone her off of some of these. What's up? You want to stay here? I don't even mind missing one. Not for this playstyle. That's a little bit too much. No, we want to zone you off completely, Missy. I know that these trades are going to favor you a little bit. I need to get my grass proc if I really want it to be good. Maybe I should have gone for that E for that armor reduction. And now we get to go confirm this, help the Kindred with her camp. At the cost of 1 melee, we speed the Kindred up a little bit, allowed her to get to the other side. Somehow, how did her mark end up on the other side of the map, though? What? What is this? Oh, this might be someone in my face. That's exactly what we don't want to have happen. Alright, this lane's coming back to me. I could int for this because then I've got the teleport. So does she. Gonna leave it exactly there. Take the maximum amount of time out of her existence, and we can teleport right back up here. And if she stays, she's in a lot of trouble here. I've got flash for this. She does not have flash either. I missed. And we get the kill, and now the wave is coming back to us. Although I need to get here to freeze it. I got a couple minions. I got some. It's not enough. Alright, well, at least we move it back just a little bit. It's still not going to be completely frozen. Stop spam right there. That play might have been available to me by just playing the lane a little bit better anyways, not taking any risk going after her when she was zoned out. But we are already level 6, and she's going to have a huge problem now trying to contest. I'm not going to go any AD items because we got other things on our mind.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, we get that off. Now we get Balmy Cinder. Now we've got Perma Push available. We could go over and ward this. We're definitely going to respawn and come back out. Nope, there we go, Belveth. And, no, it's not time. Magic, 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 plenty of magic, physical.
Shut down.
She actually could have held that wave. Put us in a much more difficult position. Job there. Yeah, so now this is a really awkward back. She's trying to recreate the same thing that we just did, but because her minions are focus firing so well, right? Like, you see how well they're directing their damage? It's actually going to still push this wave out. And especially right here, it's going to reconcile. It's going to reinforce, and she can't really stop it from coming all the way out. Okay, we die here, but we trade for the wave. Alright, that's a decent amount of pressure here. We don't have the armor. So we are going to take a not a great back here. Belveth is kind of awkward, though she was still here after taking the grubs. That means maybe she invaded to be in that position, in which case I'm going to feel bad that I wasn't in position to stop that. But we're also 15 seconds away from ult, which means Siobhan is likely to just die here. That hit. Alright, we're good. Got that one. And this one will go and run, and then we'll go get the wave state that we want. Now, big question, extra slow, a little bit of extra damage, but no more like crowd controlling effects. think I actually supposed to walk past this wave now. Elveth be damned. We push this one, we'll push the next one. We'll skip this part of the laning phase with Shyvana when she's exceptionally stronger than me. Shyvana's going to be looking for me right now, and I'm just going to pop out over here, and I'll take the next wave under the base. That's looking. Okay. I don't mind this, I don't think. Next wave is here. I died at slightly a wrong time, but it's not that big of a deal. Alright, we're saving the ultimate. No, we could cast it right now. It would be up just late for... Wants this? Yep, go for it. In fact, we can continue for this. I want to kill as many of these as possible. I actually should have saved my W for the next set of spawns. Here we go, got those ones right on spawn, perfect timing. Gonna shred this thing's armor. And we get the grubs. 3 and 3, not a big deal. Comes at the cost of half a wave. Maybe we could have gone a little bit faster. Do we proxy or do we just roam? I think we just roam here. Is there a ward down? Yeah, there's a ward down. Okay. I'm gonna try to consolidate this fight. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Oh, he does have an upward trajectory. It's okay. She can't... This. Oh, she can still hit it. Where's my team? Where's my team? They're getting distracted by the fucking Katarina that they can't catch. Alright, they did catch her. Alright, you know what? She's zoned out. We're gonna take this and turn it into a dragon. No. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna say anything big. What? Why would you not want to get this? That's my mark. Okay. So get your mark. I'm helping you with it. So get it. Will be the last thing that we contribute, and then we have to leave. We jam the team fight. Shyvana pushes up a little bit, and then that should be the end of that. All right, now it's time. It is time. As a teleport from the Shyvana. We are in time to proxy here, although that will change things. So the fastest way to kill this is actually to do that. Spend fewer total attacks. Come over and maybe get a gank for mid. smash. Team? Team's dead? Shit. That's on me, isn't it? Oh, Belveth hit me over the edge. Damn. One more grass proc. We're going to want to stick together as a team for sure right now. I want to get this wave up, but without giving up that much on the back end. Oh, this doesn't use this anymore. That's a mistake. That's on me. Alright, the little bit of cooldown will be okay, but it's going to be a little bit in the way. Should be winning this.
Shut down. Has been destroyed.
Did I just see things? Alright, so we're going to be testing what exactly happens now with the changes. They say things have balanced out. Alright, there's the quest. It's happened already. That happened really fast. It could be because we have multiple people taking it, but being penalized doesn't really matter. What we're trying to do is get into the fight with our teammates and stack the procs this way. Moved her back into the team. We go here. All right, it did expend all of my procs. That's exactly what we wanted. Now we come over here. We're just going to rinse, repeat. We're going to save next ult for the dragon. We're going to just go watch this wave. I don't care about the gold income from the waves. I just care about the pressure it gives.
Has been destroyed.
She is significantly stronger. It is known. His ult's down. Belveth, or sorry, Herald is down. You can take it. Come here, come here, come here. This is your farm. This is your farm. This is your farm.
Shut down.
Yo. Missed. Where's my bet? Where's my Aphelios? We'll see what they opt for. Alright, so this flat health, this doesn't really do much for me anymore, Doran's Shield at all, so it's going to be the weaker half of these items, where we'll use Warmogs. This is something that should be true about Aphelios players in general, like you just want to be at the team fight. And right now we're just going to mash action figures whenever we can. As Ben would put it, we're here, we're ready to contribute, and we want to share gold whenever we can. So it did still work on sharing the gold. It is at 389, so they have fixed the case where it's just not doing anything. So now my only responsibility is to go fix top if they push top. Mid wave or top wave is starting to fill up, so I'm going to go fix it. Alright, we got the broken item. Let's drop a ward just because we can. We'll swap over to this. And what do we want to turn this into? I don't know. All items recommended? No, no, no. I mean, we could go with this, although the Hollowed Radiance would be better in general. I think they're dealing more magic damage. This guy's going for physical mostly. Okay, so there's a world where we want both. Again, we're not really responsible for clearing waves. No, Aphelios, please don't. Mid lane is your CS. Please let Lux deal with size. She clears it faster, she clears it safer. Like, why did we lose the mid push here? Alright, they're coming over, that's fine. We can help sustain for this. We'll get the dragon, no big deal. I'm going to go straight to dragon, because that's where there might be. Actually, we see Zeri right here. It's a flash from Belveth. We should all in on the Zeri. she doesn't have a ward. I'm crazy. This time it should be Lux's job, though, if that's not there. They should be relatively low on resources. Nice shot. Alright, that's this. I mean, this is a thing we can get, but then again, we're pushing into, again, like, aggressive positioning that we don't belong to us. That guy should die right there. There we go, we take this. We go on her. Where is everybody? Okay. I'm using things. Alright, so it's gonna upgrade soon. And when we upgrade it, man, what do we even get? World Atlas. Runic Compass. Can't even look at it. Support items. What are we looking at? Zazax. If I look at this and I look at this, I should be able to see all the items. Alright, there we go. So, Solstice Slay, slowing or immobilizing enemy champions, restores blank and gives health speed. Alright. Reducing coming damage. No, I think we want Blood Song because we want the big fat proc on this thing. Thank you for that mid lane ward. Now I can help. We have 2 ward sticks, and we're going to be in really good shape for controlling vision. We have to push into this area. I'm going to put my control ward here, so we can be super redundant on the presence that we have. I'm just going to get a flank ward here, and that's it. That's just going to be the one side that protects Aphelios for coming up. No, this is not your job, Nidalee. Like, allow me to go do my job. Now we have a Lux versus a Katarina pushed up into the side lanes because Nidalee's out of position. Alright, so testing-wise, this works. I can absolutely take this right now. I don't know if I can make it through here. I think I can. It's a flash. Alright, we go here. Oh, they want to fight. Okay. Nope. That's where they're strong, not where we're strong. Let's do it. They have no idea, right? Okay, I want to hit that. We got it. Now we hold the line. We retreat to the left. Good job. What does this want to be? Final item? He just wants to be Hullbreaker. I think it's gonna be Hollowed Radiance. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just be in the middle of the fight. Although we'd like to slow people, so maybe. Well, we can't go Iceborne Gauntlet anymore. So how are we gonna slow people? Is it Zeke's? We could go Zeke's Convergence. I dig it. Lux is so vulnerable in side lanes. She really just has to be willing to clear a wave and step back. There might even not be attacks here anymore. That guy just ulted. I think you lose this. Oh no, she doesn't. I misclicked. Superior mechanics. Oh gosh. Soul and Baron wasted just like that. I couldn't get my auto on. If I get that Bloodsong auto, oof, pop. She pops. Lux, you keep on. Oh, it was a bait. All right. If it was a bait, then I understand it. She's like, I've got barrier. I can outplay this. Make her come around to this. All right. Do we have a spot we can teleport to? No. Zeri's split pushing on the side lane. Level 15. Aphelios is the biggest in the game, so we do want to team fight tremendously. It's not. There's not enough early objectives to care about the elixir just yet, but we will buy an elixir if we can't get the entirety of this item. Yeah. Alright, so we do get the reduction of the gold reduction all game. That is still significant. Try to find this guy. Italy gets a ward on their blue. That's an interesting spot. We can go like here, and we can get one way up here as well. Preparing for this Baron first. 1, 2, 3 wards. Oh, we can absolutely kill this Shyvana. Zeri. This guy as best as possible. Kite this one as well. I should have waited till after she cast her W. Alright, we have 2 dead. We just regroup with our team. The top lane is pushing, and it is an exposed inhib, so actually that's my job to go fix that. I'll go teleport back in, push safely. $90 more gold. And there you go. I cannot kill one of those. I should stop using my Q, apparently. Alright, we're full build. We've got everything, including the Bloodsong. Bloodsong's a very selfish hit, right? Like, I also definitely need to hit someone after I run into them with my ultimate. Make sure to get my auto proc off, so I get the damage amp from the other sources. I can't hit a cannon. Not that it matters, because we're on gold reduction, but, you know, it matters. This is already pushing up, so I can really just target this guy with it. Are they really trying to do this? I'm surrounded. Okay. They think I am a problem. I'll just get out, reposition. Now, it looks like all we can get is this ward right now for the moment. We do have supers coming out. That was her Umbral Glaive or her Sweeper. So now we can get the ward into the position which we want. And we get this pushed out. But my team's not even close to positioned for this. Here we go. We let Zeri back and then we engage. Engage for my team here. No big deal. We just need to be able to get this fight, and it looks like they're not going to get it. We did get Katarina, which is enough, and the fact that we're chasing all the kills means we should be able to get more. Zeri's on our way back in, though. AoE diff. We do get the Zeri. Unfortunately, not quite strong enough, but they do have to go back to the base now. Kindred might be able to win this. Interesting play. I think she queued while they were still protected, right? It looked like that. Now, unfortunately, their 3 waves gummed up the supers here, so they actually get away with just about losing the minimum. We do get 2/3 of this down, so it's something. But again, we're not like uber competitive on this part. I didn't drop my control wards, which is a problem. I have teleport. Where am I teleporting to? Right here? Right here. Get the elixir. Oh, they got the Elder. Okay, we stop. Elveth is pushing a giga big... No, you've got eyes on this lady, right? Look at the damage that she took. She's not going to die, though, somehow. Alright, anyways, we got our information that we wanted. We don't care about the result in the game. You don't need to come to Italy. It is what, you know, it is what it is. You're having fun. You're playing Italy support. Like, right? We're not judging. We're not judging the end of the game here. That's why we don't FF. Yeah, it's a fun game, you know? Orgeron. Right, like the teams can have some obvious weaknesses. We're playing against a Katarina with no great ways of holding her down. Lux and Nidalee are going to be especially susceptible, but you know, it's a norms game, so you don't really care about the results. But if you want to play to win and practice competing, and that's what you have fun doing, then absolutely, I highly recommend it. I'd say it feels much better to have these, but some people don't like it. Some people don't like the strain of all that. Spear of Shojin Leandri is interesting here. I don't know why they keep on putting Thornmail in the suggested items for Shyvana. This item is the most overbought item in the whole game. It is not that good. When struck by an attack, deal damage to the attacker. That's based on your armor. Apply 40% grievous wounds only if they hit you. and it doesn't even apply on people that you CC anymore, right? So it's literally just if someone's attacking you, they're going to get some amount of heal cut, and the problem is that the heal cut doesn't stop the healing, nor does it outdamage what they're doing to you, and it's not even close. So it's just one of those items that doesn't really do anything for anyone who's trying to get competitive. Again, Norm's game, feel free not to care. All right, we're gonna go take 2-second breather, bio break, stretch your legs. That was our warm-up game. We are ready. We're gonna start climbing on Rakan. The thing that was important to test out was whether or not they truly indeed fixed the support item, and they did, and it is absolutely working as intended perfectly, which is right, and it's still strong enough to buy as a second item on tanks. The thing that we'll have to test one more time at some other point will be after it's completed. In this game, I'll just confirm this actually real quick. We bought it before the support item was completed by Senna. Or by Nidalee, I believe. That was the goal, at least. We'll see whether or not I actually got there. But you can do this where you set up items, where you buy a completed item, a Balmy Cinder, a tier, and you can work towards things like Fimbulwinter, and then whatever your Balmy's item is going to upgrade into, and your tank item, and you just do it off the support econ. And since you're a tank, you don't need the other econ from everywhere else. You don't care as much about the econ from the side lanes. You just want to make sure that you have the waves pushed in the right spot. So let's see, I have the support item right now. Is this when I just bought it? So it was almost at exactly the same time. No, Bounty came first. All right, so that's perfect that we got to test this. Bounty came first right before we bought the World Atlas. So I guess she hasn't upgraded it yet, so there's still an off chance that it won't work when it's upgraded. Because what was happening, and what they removed because it was causing other bugs, was if one person bought it and finished it, or if they just bought it, next person who bought it would get no stacks period ever at all. But top lane tanks don't need the full economy. They don't need the full item slots. They're going to be good on 3 items, and that's when they get outscaled anyways, and where wards and ward stones are going to do more for them. So that's the concept. I don't think Scion is the best application of them. I think Malphite is. Someone who really just thrives on the 2 items, building into a third. They can easily build Fimbulwinter. They can easily build Sunfire and something like Frozen Heart. They could go into more engaged builds with something like Malignance, Abyssal Mask. Zeke's Herald is fine as well, but then you round out the build just by, at 1.5 items, buying this ward item, and then you naturally, while you're building up the gold, it'll actually accelerate your gold to your second item, so it's just a net positive in that regard. And then it slows down your income when it starts getting all the way to the next third item. But if you already have Balmy Cinders made, for example, then you don't really feel that, and then the net is just an accelerated state to your items and a completed ward item, which, as we know, are the most broken items in the game. So this is what we target. This is what we're trying to go for. And then we get all of these. Watchful Wardstone never upgraded. Why not? We not get enough wards down? Can only be completed after 1. Can't actually buy Vigilant Wardstone. They put a gold value on it just in case you want to sell it, but okay, there used to be a limitation to the amount of wards that you needed to place a certain amount of wards before you could do this. And if that's the case, then I should just go into base and just spam all your wards until this turns on. Now properly appears in the inventory if there are 5 items as well as a control ward present. Okay, so yeah, it's the one that's meant to autofill itself. New stats, removed unique passive. They got rid of the big bonus health, ability power, and ability haste, which would have been insane on Scion back in the day, right? And this is what made it insane on champions like Lux. It was just a mini Rabadons. Can only be purchased after completing a support quest. Unique passive. It can store 3 control words. Blessing of Ishtal. But again, this is the... Oh, this is Watchful Wordstone still. Vigilant Wordstone is the upgrade. Alright, you know what? Well, we have one more thing to do. We gotta go test it out, and then we'll do our bio break. Although we're gonna have to fill our support quests. Which I think there's a button for now, actually. So, maybe we'll be okay.
Feel the thorns embrace.
While we're at it, we can test whether or not if you buy the jungle item, you'll still be able to buy this thing. They are limited. Obviously, you're not supposed to be able to have access to both. We go this. We can no longer buy those. Okay, what if we sell it? Can we buy those? Yep. Can't buy that. Okay, we sell it. We can buy this. Okay, we're good. And... Stack, 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 stack.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Fully stack runes, stack items. Okay. We have stacked items. We have this, and now we should be able to buy the Wardstone. Can only be completed after completed. No, stack items again. Okay. Wardstone can now be completed. We've got control wards. Okay. You can drop 4 wards now. 1, 2, 3. What? This says you're supposed to be able... Oh, they just completely got rid of that part too? Removed? They removed the part of it? No, maybe it's Okay, you can't place the 4 items anymore? Now, what are the conditions for this? Can store up to 3 control wards for this upgrading. The stats are already here. What's going to make this upgrade? There used to be a clause about the number of items that you had to, or the number of wards before it would upgrade. Something ain't right. Vigilant Wardstone. New stats. Remove the old one. Bug fix. No longer has an infinite amount of charges for control wards. Can only be purchased. Okay. Can only be purchased after the support quest. It's watchful. Wait, you have to buy this? Nah. You actually have to buy it now? What? Okay. This used to just automatically upgrade based on the number of wards placed. Okay. Oh man, clarity, Riot. Alright, so you buy this, it has significant stat difference. 250, so you get an extra health, and then 10 ability haste, and 15 resistances. Okay, so it's absolutely worth it for the I mean, you get more item. What is it going to do now? This item can store, increases your stealth ward and control ward placement cap by 1, and it can store 3 control wards. So now we should be able to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and 1, 2. Has this just been sitting here and not being able to be upgraded? I don't know. That's crazy. And let's see if it's still true after we do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still get 2. Okay. 4 is still the number, and it's just going there. All right, great. So it's just a little bit of extra money we can invest. That's great. We can cap our board a little bit higher with the extra stats, and then it gives you the extra ward placement. Wish they were just a little bit more clear on this. All right, I'm going to get ready, pump myself up for this Rakan series. Notice that I was stumbling over my words a little bit during that game, which means I might be a little bit tired. So part of me is thinking that I shouldn't climb. Part of me is saying, you know what, this is what it is. You have an opportunity to adjust and say, you are tired. Don't try to make jazzy plays. Don't try to make big decisions. Just like be the fullest version of who you are, right? So I think that's where we're going to take this opportunity. Do that, and we'll get into our Rakan games. Work our way past it. Can't always control the situations around you. There's going to be stress, there's going to be factors, distractions, whatever it is. You just have to be able to realize, okay, this is what it is. And when it comes time to big competition, obviously you try to get the best meal, the best sleep possible. It's not always possible, right? It doesn't always happen that way. So you have to realize when you are not quite 100% of yourself, if you're going to be 95% or less, if you're going to be 80%, really, if you're 90% of yourself, you should always bench. You should bench yourself. You should realize in a moment like this, if you're playing pro or if you're a coach playing, coaching your pro games, if you know someone didn't get any sleep, they're stressed, grandma died, their dog died, whatever it is, something is causing their life, or they're being evicted, right? Some sort of stress in them. If they can channel it, usually with death of someone close, it allows them to just come out and just focus at an unreal level. So you want to give them that opportunity. But if you see that it's really weighing on them, and distracting, or if they're tired especially, bench them, put in the sub. The sub is going to perform better. It does not matter. Like the margins that these people play in, right? You're talking about 99.5% versus 100%. But if someone is 90% of themselves, then it's just a significant gap between the next player. The difference between 0.5% of a difference and 10% of a difference in what you're going to get out of them. So this will be my opportunity to try to work past it, show what we can get. If we do fail, we're going to have to work on sleeping better. If we succeed through it, we're going to try to evaluate our game afterwards, especially while we're rested. So we'll do that. So anyways, hopefully you guys enjoyed that Scion tech item and the tank tech in general. Be right back. We're back. If you guys want to check this out, this is adventure, royalty-free medieval fantasy music. I kind of like it. We'll add it to the chain in the background. All right, we're ready to roll. Day 3, Vastayan Epoque. For a quick summary of what this journey has been, this was the limit test period. We're going in just what's the word I'm looking for? Reestablishing our connection with Rakan. And then we had a little bit of variance in here. We're still kind of high on the death totals. We've brought those down, looking for much more safer plays, not going for as many of the plays. So you see the death totals are going down significantly, which is something we're doing on purpose. Very happy to do that, taking fewer risks in the laning phase in particular. And then popping these games and trying to get the most done possible. So we're on a pretty good win streak. We're in a pretty good spot. We're going to play a best of 3 now. We are 4-0 in our past 4 sets, so that's 8-0 total. Hopefully we're going to keep that streak going. Although right now we care much more about the progress on the champion. We are currently on a path to try to get 100 games of this champion in by the end of March. So we are 19 in right now. We've making a pretty good clip of it, although we do have a couple vacations coming up. So we'll see whether or not we're able to keep that pace going. But yeah, the plan is to keep on riding it, and hopefully we get a nice goal by the end of that. I would love to be 60 and 40. I think that would be great if we're still climbing while we're still gaining a report. But the real goal is to grow, to feel stronger with the champion by the end of those 100 games, and really by the end of March to just be super in tune with Rakan as a champion, right? And just be just knowing, feeling the cooldowns, feeling the range of the abilities. We used to be a very strong Rakan player a long time ago, right? And around season 8 it must have been, before the lockout, which was introduced on patch maybe 9.9. That was our heyday. Felt very, very good. Thought that we were a GM Rakan player. So we're going to try to get back to that level, and that would be great. Slightly different champion, different environment, obviously different items around, so things will be different, especially time to kill on the rebound with the amount of damage that's in the game and the strength of items like Terminus right now. The patch is a little bit more, I don't want to say problematic, but the downside of a missed engage is going to be exacerbated a little bit more. New chromas coming soon. Are they really? I feel like they already gave us the two champions, the Kindred and the Ezreal, on top of the Lee Sin. Like, are they going to give us more? I feel like they only do this when they're going to give us more. But it does not matter. All right, let's see. Gauge, follow up, engage, invis, team fight ability. So we just want to get something that has a favorable matchup that can pounce on this guy. Maybe Poppy. Poppy can stop. Not all of our dashes can't stop Lissandra, but but can actually block the Q from Warwick. So it could be a favorable top matchup against that guy. Although we do have 10th pick. I don't expect it to come out. Maybe Briar actually might have been better, because Briar can just potentially skip us, but we are a big team fight team. Let's work that. Shaco, I'll give Rakan good engage pivots. They pick 80 heavy, I'm going Rammus. Shaco's ass into Briar. Briar's just really strong. Alright, we have a Callista Thresh. Now, this is one of the tricky ones. Exhaust is fantastic into Briar, so is Ignite. Exhaust can be ridiculously strong against Callista if you can time it with her rend stacks. If you can exhaust when she's trying to actually rip the rend out, then you completely stuff her damage, and instead of killing, she doesn't kill, and then she doesn't have the E available. You can go for the kills there, but it's very, very tricky. I'm not sure that I'm super in tune enough to do that. Yeah, seems like a fine time to be Rammus, although Amumu's very strong into Rammus. Also, Syndra's not going to care at all, but it's still a pivot for me. He can engage. I can bounce off of him. Let's see, another champion. This is another one that's really good to exhaust in response to an ultimate. I think we stick with this. Blister Thresh is just such a problem in lane. We're also going to have to go flat health to make sure that we survive this lane. We've got Guardian to make sure that we're good here as well. All right, so they have a lot of pick potential. We're going to have to play around our vision. Absolutely never going to fog against this team, not ever. They have Amumu, Briar, Syndra, Kalista, Thresh. Basically, every single one of those is lethal with one, either themselves or with one teammate. So we absolutely want to avoid that. It is a top lane Briar, which can get into a bit of a fight. I actually don't know this matchup. They both like to get low in fights. Warwick, I think, likes to get lower, and because of the lethal tempo, I think he's going to be okay, but I imagine that she's also going to have Last Stand, Revitalize, and have that increased healing from when she's lower. You have to be careful of Ignite. And she is Ghost, so she's going to try to get at it. This bot lane, do I actually want to be Doran Shield against them? So. You guys know how to get rid of this. How to get rid of these two default sets.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
You can always get to bushes before Kalista comps because she has to spend time on the... Actually, no, they reduced it, didn't they? They reduced it so you can get out of base on time, I think. That's actually something I should re-rehearse. Come on, Twitch. Twitch, let's get Cryo in lane. No, they can't.
Minions have spawned.
That would get them suicided. Right, because it locks them, it stuns them, so if they ever try to do it in lane, then they get in trouble. So this is a really good situation for us. Ideally, we would have gotten something deeper here to find out. Rammus did the fastest ward possible, and that's okay. Amumu, we have to figure out which way he's pathing. We want to try to get this wave to crash and then rebound so that we can freeze it on our side. Now we don't want to actually kill these because we want them to kill our minions. We want them to get low. The ideal wave grooming is to get everything low and then have it in position to be able to kill, but you still want it to be killing your minions whenever possible. This maybe should have been a lane where I go for a Q. Nice job, Warwick does win that battle, but they both die. Yep, that's kind of what we predicted. Alright, so we've got the level 2, which means that we have a window to go in. We crash this wave, and now it comes back. We have to be really careful about Amumu for a moment. And now, since it's coming back, we'll wait for the Rammus. Just sit here and block any hooks, so Twitch can go and feel free to farm. Just get those 2 last hits. No, that's okay. It's fine. I like that this guy's willing to give up last hits, right? No real rush. Wave's coming to us, and it's in the perfect position right now. And Amumu's on top lane, so we're actually really good to go for an all-in here once Rammus does come in. We just ghosted? Why did we ghost? Alright, we're going now. There we go, catch her in the dash. Now we flash away. We finish Kalista. I shouldn't have stolen that. I'm a fucking idiot. That's all I can give you, is I'm an idiot. Grooming the wave as much as possible. I actually shouldn't have autoed that. Can auto this though. That's queued. We'll get this one ready for him. Get that one ready for him. Trade these. No. Not on the same page for the last hitting, but now we're good. Alright, we can start pushing this. Rammus can go re-engage on this guy. He's got no flash. We just want to come in. Just all we need to do is ram this lane all the way in. He's taking a kind of awkward angle though. Got him. Block for the Rakan. Get the heal to the Twitch so we can continue pushing, and we're good. Thank you. That lane is going to come back out. There's nothing they can do about it. Twitch, you gonna hover there. Nice, you got one. Chain CC. And we get this. Beautiful. We are in good shape, folks. We got mid lane bounced. Bot lane is coming into my carry, so he gets everything for free. And it looks like Kalista Thresh have decided to opt for a rebound here. So I'm in a really good spot. Rammus is looking for a dive. Don't need to fix anything in the mid wave. So everything is coming up peaches here. Looks like this guy was battling for some vision. Makes sense. So that means Kalista's on a recall timer. I'll use this opportunity to get my zombie wards out. And while we're freezing, I don't actually want to put a control word here because I can't control that spot. But while we start slow pushing out, we can absolutely go for it. Base. Are we still going this guy? How strong are you? Berserker Greaves? No, we don't. We need to wait for Rammus. Let's get the minion lead. See if we can catch this guy in the middle of a dash. I am very weak stats-wise because I got these boots. Twitch can be dealing way more damage here. I don't know how oh, you know what? I know why. It's because I stole the kill. Twitch should be significantly further ahead. Alright, let me try to get some Q procs here. I missed. We're going to try to get the wave as big as possible here. Mumu's nearby. Going to go this way. We've got the push, so there's nothing really to do here. We can just go for this play. Even better, we give to the Kalista. No, we didn't give. And Kalista, Twitch, I mean. Where's Twitch? Where's Twitch? He's got it. Think. Alright, we want to get on opposite sides. No, he just died. That sucks. I don't know what Twitch ended up doing to go out all the way back there. That was obviously very bad for us. Now we get this mid lane ward out. Warwick is absolutely taking over the top lane. He's going to be done with Bork as well. So now we can go for really deep vision on this side of the map to help him stay on his push, right? This is the strong side. Twitch is now the weak side. And we're in position for the grubs. So we can have 6 grubs so that we can team fight. We can just force splits if we ever need to. I'm gonna hover this Warwick. Didn't mean to take that one either. Just the pop. That guy is dead now. Dead to rights. We're good. Lol. There we go. We keep on going for the grubs. Hey. Dodge away from that. We'll just buy our cooldowns here. Briar's trying to come into this fight. Should be good once we get any amount of CC. Like that. Kill the Syndra. We got nothing left. I won't steal this kill this time. And I'll just hold the aggro on this thing so it doesn't reset. Everyone is doing a peachy job. Alright, so now we can group. We've got 6 wait. We don't have 6 grubs? Didn't we get 6? Am I crazy? Didn't we get the first 3? Oh no, we got the kill earlier. Warwick got 1 grub and got the kill. This is something obviously Twitch wants to avoid. And he burned his flash here, which you can't really do against Callista. That is not a good sign for us. Okay. Go for it. Why are you doubting this, my man? Guy is playing really bizarrely right now. I've got Shurelya's. I hope he's not typing. Oh yeah, he shouldn't be going on calls based on what's going because of the delay. But we will go engage with Rammus here. Catch once, go twice. Ram. Okay. Healing. We can go for Callista again. No, we're done. We just gotta push it. We gotta push it. Alright. No, it's done. It's done. It's done. Going for the taunt here. He's actually got it. Okay, we got Callista, which is very good for us. Twitch might get this as well. Back out though. I'm sorry that the comms are coming through slow. They're not meant to be comms for in-game communication. But we can get some like conceptual ideas going. Alright, so for example, right now we can start rotating. We want to get our Lissandra into side lanes, Warwick in the longest lane possible. We want Lissandra in the short lane, close to the objectives. Although Warwick, in some instances, because we don't have teleport, wants to be in the proximal lane as well. I'm going to get vision as deep as I can in mid lane always, and then I'm going to rotate over and play for strength in other spots, trying to go for rotations whenever possible. I think I'm a little bit early here. Make sure that we focus this guy, not the objective. Fortunately, we're not ready for smite. I think a lot of the AoE from Lissandra probably hit. Liz, you can side lane now. Regroup. Because we absolutely want to go take this. We've got our grubs. Warwick's in trouble. We're gonna go help with this. Not even in trouble. He's just super smurfing now. He's just so big. Lissandra picks up that wave, comes back and rejoins the group. We'll be in a good spot. We've got this Rift Herald. We can use it immediately in mid lane because Syndra's dead. So let's take out. I'm going to grab it just so we can have this call on. Use it right away, please. Use it right away. Just like literally activate it and steer it into mid lane. We'll just take the one pick here and be happy with it. Oh, he didn't taunt. Okay. Please use this. Please use this. Please use this. Why is Rammus not using Herald here? I don't get it. Does not matter. We clearly have that warded. I need to go restock on wards. Should be a huge win fight for us. That was a really good counter engage for me. That's like dream scenario. Plus we got Font of Life on everybody. I accept. Sorry, we only get time for two turrets and shop. Perfect. And that is the sort of fight that we're going to look for. Big team fights. Warwick can finish off the low target people, so as long as we get people low health, Twitch ripping into them, Rammus with the AoE hold. Gonna get this ward here. I'm going to look to improve it later. They're probably going to sweep it since I did it right in their face. I want to give this farm as much to the Warwick as possible. Her attack speed is enough to actually kill a ward if I try to advance it more, and I don't want to put two wards in range of each other. Twitch should be coming to us. I don't mind that he's picking up this wave for a moment, but that's the problem with Warwick going off into mid lane. Get this wave ready for everybody. One shot on the kill. Just keep moving it around. Oh, we got the dragon. Alright, Zazax. We don't need to kill this. Just need to deny information. Looks like he gets the solo kill anyways, which is perfect for us. Now that lets me get a much deeper lane ward. Share some experience as well. Work our way. We've already got 9, so we've got all the meaningful abilities that we want. Lissandra can take blue buff. We can actually siege for the outers really easily here because we already got that pick. This is almost certainly warded. Hey, that's not supposed to work. It's supposed to put us in place. We got to pick on this Thresh for sure. For the Counter engage. Just gonna get the shield. We're good. Now we go get this. We can take control of this area. Warwick's going for mid prio, which I absolutely love. I'm gonna go pick up this blue since no one else did it. And we're getting some value out of zombie wards here. Mid push into Baron prio is all we care about here. Got the mid ward, so we just need to get this wave. No, we do not need the side lane. Warwick can just take Baron. Yeah, absolutely. All we need to do is have this wave pushed. I'm just going to come up here to distract for a moment. They think I'm taking a wave, which probably leads them to think that my team is resetting. But in reality, we're just in position for a flank. If they do go for an engage here, then we go for it. Got them all. I think I exhausted the thresh by accident, but either way, we still get the clean win. Beautifully done. If I may say so myself. Oh, don't die. I'll stop the bleeding. And we can take this Baron. Trying to keep the Warwick topped off, although he is going to get that revitalized, like it's not going to matter for him. Good job. Good prio, let Warwick fix waves, and we walk it in together. We win fives. So, bot lane's already... No, is it already shoving? It's already shoving. Karma-less bot is perfect already. Don't do it, like, literally don't touch it. Okay. Well, stacking up the wave will make it foot push faster. No, come to us now. Yeah, but come. TP is too slow. They are the pick up. This is the best offer we can do, is try to get them on this page. Looks like she's trying to get in. We're getting multiple waves in against with a Baron. Like, it's fine. Obviously, it's going to be good in a lot of situations. And while we can see them, this is good, but it really corrals us into a really awkward macro where any one of us could get jumped on by Briar ultimate. So it's generally not advisable to go separate when you are the team that wants to team fight. We want to be 4-1 with one quadrant of control. And really, I want to move my control over to the left side, to the western quadrant. But Rammus is doing a good job being a body for us right here. This is exactly what we want. We just need to be careful of Briar showing up. Syndra took a big bite out of the Warwick, which we don't like. I have to hover between them. He doesn't want it. That's fine. Still get the break. We still get the cover. Alright, now Rammus can kind of try to solve this problem. Syndra's here. Be really careful about this. Good, we got that. Alright, it ended up working. We're strong enough that they can't really do much about it. Now we're going to stick this control word here. Now we see all their rotations. Twitch can push in. I'm totally comfortable to stay in this spot now too. She makes a single mistake. I'm just basically always in position to help Twitch or Warwick, right? These are the two carries. I don't need to care about Lissandra as much. Or it can feel really strong here. See one in. We do not need Infernal Drake. Absolutely, please do not back off from the push for the Infernal. Finish the push. Alright, we got both inhibs. They win this fight. Let me protect Warwick. We got turret aggro. I'll take one more hit and we're good. That's an easy cleanup. Now we just push for the end. Dragon is inconsequential. This guy is going to try for a big engage. I'm just going to W out, make sure I don't get hit so I can put out more shields. It doesn't matter. As long as they stay alive, then we're good and I'm doing my job. Going to go escort this in. Get these waves coming in as quickly as possible. There's still no reason. I mean, we can back off because the respawn timers are short enough, but we can also just continue to push up with these Barons. As long as I don't get stunned by Syndra, I should be able to provide enough protection for this Warwick. Let me just get out. There's no more cannons here, so there's no big rush to do anything. They are trying to engage here. They juked it. Nice little turn. Dude, this game was clean, man. That guy wants to ult. He didn't ult in the last fight. Just peeling right now. She thinks that she has to Zonias, but in reality, she just needs to clear the wave. The team did great. Team did absolutely phenomenally. Well played, everybody. That is the best solo queue team macro that I have seen in several months. At this level. Kato Project, great game. From Twitch, playing with you was so much fun. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sorry that there was a little bit of a delay, and I forgot to mention that I am discussing things, kind of narrating what's going on from a coaching point of view, and it's not necessarily what's great live. But in the moment, it gave us a good plan, and I think we did really well together. Abuse Warwick while you can. I mean, it's Briar top lane, right? Like, that's going to have some problems. S+, S+, S+. That's what we like to see. Twitch, we missed you in the party, but you got the honors, so you got it. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Yo, Rakan. Yo. Only reason I wasn't using Herald is they had 2 in mid, and I knew we'd get more out of it if we waited. Okay. Let's go back and look at it. We'll do a little fast 5 right here. What's up, Yazakaz? Well played. Good job stomping that. It was really interesting. We were talking about it live. I don't know if you heard, but the limit test going into the top lane. Looking at the runes, Warwick obviously is the alpha dog in the top lane. I think he also even beats Trundle, right? I think he's the one guy that beats Trundle. But Briar is so good in those progressive fights, and with Ghost, I think she was only going to ever get herself into trouble, and I was like, I wonder who even wins. This Ignite will be interesting if she saves it low, save it for the end of the barrier. And then you guys just traded kills at level 1, so I was really amused by that. Alright, we got Rift Herald right on spawn, or shortly after, right? Alright, this engage was perfect for us. Got everything, plus we have the Dream Maker, so all the stats are going by on everybody. Like, this is exactly the type of fight that our team wants and their team does not want. And especially, not only that, but look where Syndra's coming out of. Syndra Amumu, right? Amumu's just getting to the party. You can also look at the difference in the vision, right? If you turn on vision, the fact that we're always seeing them here, whereas they don't see us here, is a huge difference, and that's why it's so important to have these fights. But this is really the game-changing. Amumu thinking that he can engage here is just a little bit of a mistake. You kind of have to wait and hope that Rammus goes first. Lissandra, Rakan, you're trying to hope that we dogpile if you're the Amumu, and then you want to counter-engage, because your team is pick right? Every single person on this team is lethal, coming from from Fog of War. So it's very important that this team spreads out, gets vision, tries to get into corridors, moves around with the power of Thresh. And really, this was the game-changing play here. A complete wipe for us. And, you know, this is the sort of thing that you want to be thinking about when you're deciding for and looking for those fights. All right, so this mid lane play, as far as getting the Rift Herald, the pros and cons of using it. So obviously you can hold it for a very long time now. It also doesn't ever drop out of your inventory, which gives you a nice threat later, especially as you can hold it towards the Baron spawn. So there are a lot of reasons. There are a lot of reasons to hold on to it for later, but the big reason to get rid of it now is that first and most importantly, opening up the map, the earlier the better, always. That is just always going to be the case. Secondly, and this is derivative of the first thing, getting money from turrets crashing, that money is more valuable earlier in the game, right? As your money versus your experience, it's much easier to create a gap with money early in the game. When you're spending money later in the game, especially when it's to the tune of like 1,000 gold, the difference between our team having 60,000 gold and 65,000 gold is not as big as it is for having 35,000 to 40, right? So we want to get that big spike early as possible. And then specifically Syndra having died right here was the main reason I wanted to go for this. Now Lissandra has teleport. If we take this and like literally cast it right away, I think we just have a fantastic spot. Warwick's already creating the push, so he's going to rotate over. Lissandra has teleport, Syndra's dead, Callista's in base. This is an ideal time to just rip this turret apart and then probably get this one too. But because we got the team fight that we wanted, things worked out pretty well. I obviously could have moved away from that, so I can handle this one better. Briar's trying to just peel, and that makes sense. I can obviously handle this engage better. And we'll speed it up, trying to see the parameters, what we're getting here. Warwick doing a good job pushing to the limit and then stepping back. This is why you want your fighters in these long lanes. It's much easier for them to survive. And then Lissandra here. Now, the next big tool that's down, Callista showing top and then Syndra teleporting bot, means that we absolutely want to go for this fight. And this is another reason why Amumu should not be trying to fight here. That you guys don't have any effect. If we swap the vision over to blue side, right? It's darkness on your flanks. All you're looking at is these wards that are left over. And let me put up the objective timers. This has to be in a preparation for dragon, but dragon's not even coming up. So these right here, if you're Thresh, if you're watching in the channel, let me know what were you trying to accomplish with these wards, because I'm sure that we can get more. The general rule is that you want to get 1 as deep as you can in mid lane, and then 2 in the quadrant that you're trying to protect. And usually the quadrant you're trying to protect is the one with the upcoming objective. That makes sense here. Although as the team that's behind, you probably want more defensive wards, like here. You want to be controlling this opening to make sure that they're not coming through into your jungle without being seen. You know, most people are going to come up here, try to get to this area. So a ward like right here will guard this entire entrance. But let me know what you think. I understand that fully, just knew that we'd get only one turret with how strong Warwick was. It's basically impossible to lose a fight, and I can guarantee more than one turret off the Herald. Okay. Where and how should I ward as the AD carry? As safely as possible, and by this stage in the game, you should already be swapped over to the blue trinket, which is the epitome of as safely as possible. The blue trinket, you basically use 1 early for substantial length vision, maybe something like here on your flank, someplace that is to the side, to the flank angle that they might use to engage on you. Now in this game, you don't need to stretch at all for that because we're trying to play for the engage. Like we want to play the 5v5 team fight. They're trying to play for catch, so you just want to stay as safe as possible. Make sure that there's no like Thresh or Amumu that's going to jump over a wall, or a Syndra that's going to hit you anywhere that you're going. And you basically just hold it for those moments where your team needs to know if someone's on an objective. This game was fairly easy to control because Thresh was not prioritizing the middle of the map, and so it made it very easy to just dominate this area. And especially since we're the team fight team, they need to come to us. We're trying to force them to come to us. Rift Herald can create that, Baron can create that, so we get all of these optimal fights. You see that I think we only had 1 death the rest of the game. That's crazy, actually. That's crazy. We played so cleanly. props to everybody. Shout out to everybody for making this happen. This is such a good bait by Warwick, right? Like he's so far ahead. He's level 12. All these guys are level 9, 9, 9, and 8. So even when they pull out their significant chunks of damage to start, it's just not enough. Not only that, but he gets off the shield, and it baits in the rest of the fight. A Mumu flashing forward, like we said already before, gives us exactly what we do. So nice little bait by Warwick. If that was intentional, extra props, man. Like that's Smurf territory. And you know, using Herald here for the prize, I see it. I kind of like it. I kind of like that idea. I think that Rift Herald might force them to come to us and give us exactly what we want. So I'm still not sure that I wouldn't prefer to get it down sooner. If you still have Yellow Ward, Kato, if you still have Yellow Ward, you're level 8, for example, this is the sort of ward that is absolutely imperative for your team to get. It can be put slightly further back just so it sees all of, I mean, it's going to see everything, right? Okay, we're good. These entrances, this is perfect. Actually, ignore what I just said. This is perfect. You want to control this area. So everyone that's rotating from their team who's going to be doing this, right? They think that they can rotate along this channel. By placing this ward here, you absolutely dominate that. And then as we take a lead, sometimes you're going to see control wards being placed right here so that you know enemy team cannot contest you for midwave. So that means they're absolutely not going to reach past the midwave to try to get your control ward. And by having your control ward here, you limit their ability to see rotations, right? Let's say, for example, that your control ward is right here. That means that the closest ward they can place safely is right here, and it no longer sees rotations back here, through here, the same way that a ward that would be all the way up here causes. Occasionally when you're using that blue trinket, you even just cast it right here just to see, like, what is the enemy team up to. I want to see the first rotation I can, but most times you're going to use it here. And with the new effect, the way that it has a bloom, it's not as important to get it into a bush, although getting into a bush makes it live a little longer. When you want to see a fight, for example, like a fight's happening in this area, you place it right here because the bloom will reveal all of this, and then that makes it easier for your team to fight. You also use it in fights. So one of the things that you see, T1 is the very best team in the world at this, and it's dropping red wards into bushes while they're fighting. The vision denial in the middle of a fight, the ability for your team to use a bush to drop in and out of vision, to stop all auto attacks, to stop any single target spells, to make skill shots that much more challenging to hit, you can counter that with your Farsight alteration. So if you're in the middle of the fight, let's say you're Callista, and the team fight's breaking around here, enemy team controls this with red wards. Instead of trying to ever get into this bush to actually fight for the red wards, because of these long walls behind you, that could get you in a lot of trouble. Enemy team can easily find engages. Instead, you continue walking towards the fight, and if the fight progresses towards this area where you know they have the vision advantage, as it gets there, boom, you drop the Farsight alteration, you create that 4-second field of vision for your team, and you go from there. So hopefully that makes sense. Thanks, guys. Appreciate everybody coming by. Matt, 3LMS is the Rammus, right? Yazakaz is Warwick. And you have Twitch, Kato Project. Welcome, guys. Yaz, is that what you were talking about with the bait? Is that what you wanted me to shout out? Or were you going back to another one of the fights? Again, we'll put this into slow motion. We'll do it one more time. Let's turn the volume way down. And watch this thing in slow motion. We'll back it up just a moment. So this is the parameters. Again, this is the vision. Try to extrapolate as best you can. Our team's a little bit closer to this fight. Syndra's not in position. So no matter what, this is playing into our strengths, which is what we want anyways. And this is largely on a Mumu for making this happen. Titanic is splashing all over the place. Rammus is in the middle of the fight. Twitch is spraying and praying. Lissandra obviously gets all of the drones, right? So everything about this is fantastic for us. Briar trying to re-engage here is really bizarre. Maybe Syndra's calling something like, hey, go back in so that I can land a Scatter the Weak. But all that it does is, again, the ill-timed engage just lets us counter-engage and wipe the floor with everybody. But this was a fantastic game. Like, from this moment on, clean, people going into side lanes being okay. I like Syndra's plan generally works, moving into side lanes. We just have to be really careful because they were the pick comp, right? They can deal so much burst damage and with so many stuns with Thresh, Syndra, Mumu, even Briar, that it can be really dangerous to be in a side lane in those situations. And sometimes it's better to just take 2 quadrants, functionally crush those 2 quadrants, and then work hard to transition that lead over to the other side. But it ended up working out fine, so it's great. Warwick was a beast. I stole some kills. I apologize, Twitch. At one point, I was like, man, I feel like Twitch should be stronger. But why is he not stronger than Kalista? It's because I stole the kill. I apologize. I think someone spam pinged me, and I deserved it. All right, so 1-0. I deserve to kick W myself on that. 1-0, so now what is that, 9 games in a row, 10 games in a row? The goal is Masters by the end of the year. I don't know if we're gonna have that. We're gonna be climbing up. Let's go, Rick. For those of you guys who are new to the channel, the goal is with this first month, by the end of March, to have 100 games on Rakan and to be fully in tune. For a little bit of background, I coach macro and strategy and performance psychology. So I'm much more of a head coach type. You can get a lot of information about the role that you play from a lot of the content providers on YouTube. And specifically, we're following Coach Cupcake of OCE, one of the top supports that region has ever seen. He puts out a lot of good content. And we are just kind of following his stuff to a T. We're adding a few things in where we think that there are adjustments available, but only very small things, like slight improvements to the wards, slightly more tempo, which are facets that we try to keep in all of our games.
Art can shed light on our fears.
But if you want to play support, if you want to play Rakan, or if you're looking for more resources like that, you can add me on Discord. We can talk there. It's Giga Gaming Academy. Oh, we're actually just got some messages from Cupcake. In the answering this guy real quick. I hear TF's getting gutted next patch. Well, he did just get gutted a little bit. Alright, Exhaust also good this game. We're totally fine with the same runes as last time. The laning phase probably a little bit more free because we don't need to do anything into Morgana. She can't do anything to us. We can't do anything to her. Kai'Sa's also blank, so we should have an okay time going through with this lane no matter what. Maybe could have expressed a little bit more of the lead, but we have to be careful of Vi. The 3v3 is going to favor them because Vi is so much stronger than Mordekaiser. It's an APTF nerf. Do you have the notes? ADTF is the problem. True nerf to TF is nerfing gold card stun duration. I mean, yeah, that's the one that they don't want to do though, because they want to preserve the identity. There's a little bit of history for Twisted Fate, right? I believe it's 4 years ago now that Twisted Fate completely dominated Worlds and basically got the nerf hammer to the extent of like, okay, like that was nice, you did wonderfully. Congratulations, you're never doing that again, okay? Didn't we just add Doran Shield here? Little tech here, by the way. Let's turn the game sounds back up. Tom can stand by that lane really well. He can also just go for 3 auto attacks and Q the Darius. Darius should try to respond to the Q with his own Q.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Team is invading. They dropped a ward there. Echo +1. I'm just holding this side and then I'm going to come back over and converge with the team. Mord, you're good without leash. Yeah. But the ADTF, the truth is what they were trying to do is make it so that people didn't feel badly about buying rapid fire cannons. So they're like, hey, let's give some AD ratios. And really what they should just do is just give it to the Q so that it doesn't feel like a blank spell when you are ADTF, and when you are APTF, that you can still clear a minion wave when you have it. Come on, Varus, let's go get Prio. Can't go any further without you. But what I can do is grab the wave. No, Vi's up here, so they're in a bush. I could try to bait something, try to flash and outplay it. We also have Ghost versus Heal, so we're just much better here. But we can try to groom ourselves a good lane state. I'm just getting a minion advantage here. I don't want to use my executes yet. Varus can actually start poking a little bit more. No reason to actually be this far back. Alright, we got the lane state we want. Kai'Sa has no Q. Oh, they're double 2-man knockup, so we take that. Beautiful. And now we go for this. Now we block. We start hitting the Kai'Sa right away. Just flash a little bit late. That's lethal. Ah, man, we should have been hitting way harder and keeping the minion wave and dropping a ward here so that they keep getting hit by the minions. A lot of things we need to improve here. So that was the design of the intent, right? Just getting the Qs to not fall off to the point where you had to use Dematerializer and you had to use all 3 stacks on the casters, and that felt really bad. I feel like they could solve that by just removing the AD ratios the way they have them. Okay, delay my last hits as long as possible. We're basically only trying to get last frame hits here because we want to buy time for our Varus to come back, and that was a mistake by me. But we need this guy to be willing and able to rip more damage into them because we're supposed to win those fights. Oh, I'm sorry. He's good now. I don't know why this didn't activate. Alright, we've got a favorable state here. Don't really need this ward. We're going to be able to push up past them anyways. Alright, E is down. There's the Morgana. This wave is coming in for us. We have to be very careful of the jungler because she started on top side. I have to adjust to this Varus. So the Varus is playing for a very passive lane, which is not how we're supposed to play this, but because he's doing it this way, maybe this is just what he feels comfortable with, so I'm going to adapt to what he's willing to do rather than anything else. Alright, here they come. Stop this. Again, my Q canceled. I don't know why. I'm gonna die again. We have got a problem on our hands. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm getting a little bit of lag or maybe this is just the being tired. But I'm either missing it or it's not happening. One of the two things is happening. This is a big problem. What is she trying to do? This is not going to be good enough. This is actually walking into what we can do well. You could walk up and get a ward down here. And if she placed a ward, then we'd be in a good spot. All right, let's look to follow this Aurelion Soul. That's a ghost. We'll dash to him once. We're just going to try to harass the backs here. All we're doing now is harassing backs. Q's on cooldown, 12 seconds. Alright, we did our job. We've harassed the backs. Varus does not need to be part of this. Although that next Q could have gone for them. Now that delays their backs for a little bit. That buys us about 20 seconds, so we're actually going to be able to crash this wave. Morgana's going to stick around and try to hold it. That's so good for us now. Alright, now they're really actually in a lot of trouble, because now they're stuck in this spot. We have an extra longsword. It's still weaker than the Kaisa because of the first blood. But now with exhaust, we're actually in a really good spot. We can take plates. We can go for a roam. I don't know why I walked into this. Alright, we got our plate. I'm going to roam out. The lane's going to come back to the Varus. This is a roam timer for me. Try to capitalize on a window for punishing Echo. Varus, unfortunately, is not going to have much, and hopefully he knows to not push this wave at all. Soul's the attack. Go, go, Soul! Alright, you have to go back. Varus did not get the memo and moved into the river, or Soul needs to stop going here. We probably need to tone down the playstyle a lot, because these guys do not look ready. What is he even trying to build? Guy's level 7. We've got a catalyst, which means that we've got a really good window. We're gonna try to... No, we're so weak here. Absolutely not. Guys, that should not be your plan. Not ever. What we need to try to do... There you are. Alright. It's not about going for a play here, Darius. It's about isolating your lane. Alright, we're just gonna have to probably shut up and let people focus. Unfortunately, Varus is hyper pushing. Now we're here for the turnaround. See if you can bait this. Did they see this coming? Did we walk through something? Yeah, they know. Gig is up. They have a ward somewhere in here. But this also helps Darius to protect the lane so he can go get this out. Echo, unfortunately, is going to have some free time here. That's a knock up. He doesn't have his dash. No, he does. He's got a flash. Okay. I'm gonna have to play towards the scaling here. Varus is so far behind and playing very poorly. That's why we've evacuated this lane, right? It's not that we're trying to like flame his game or anything, but just he's not there, right? This is not him. This is not his strength, whatever it is. We're gonna play towards securing everything for everybody else as much as possible. Getting the shutdown there is so huge for us, actually. Got you. Hey, I don't know about that, Mordekaiser. I mean, yeah, you get these stacks, but like, yeah. Imagine pulling the Vi out, right? That would be good too. I am lagging. I just placed that ward there and it lagged behind. So we're gonna just hold this area. This is to protect Darius so that he can flex any kind of lead he can generate. Tahm Kench is very strong into him for the first lane phase, but because he bought this blank item here and because he's going Rod of Ages, Darius is gonna be able to stomp on him for a long period of time. Alright, Morgana's trying to come over here. Does this guy want to shove? I can help him shove. Or I can hold the wave for him. Either one's good. We can E him, then we're good. Then we hit level 6, and it's a cannon, so now he's safe to go. Oh, Aurelion Soul's looking in? There's still a ward here. Varus dying, not a big deal. Although he did get those 2 kills for himself. I'm just going to hold this wave for the Darius. He has his ultimate up. We're good. Oh, you do not need to flash, man. It's so important that you, like, carry this game. Like, imagine if we had our flash there. That might have made a difference. But you know what? We take the ace. You know what? We'll take it. Fist bump, everybody. Let's do it. Darius can push that lane and then he can come back. Darius can just be in the bot lane since it's the longer lane. It's a safer spot for him to be relatively safe for him compared to... Oh, Soul didn't see me get this. That's too bad. Dash me, dash me. Thank you. Alright, we still can't go for this dragon. Darius has to be super careful. There's 4 people coming to him. I don't know if he can get this. Soul's out of mana. Like to be sharing these procs as best as possible. Kench is fighting Varus. Varus, please don't die to this guy. Dead. This guy is not bringing his A game. Can't get to me. Cannot get this. That was a fast Leandries. think we have to give this area to them. It's a very slow-paced game for the support, trying to get some resources back to the Varus, trying to get him back in the game. Soul's going to come online pretty soon as well. Love this control ward. We have to give this entire area, all belongs to them. How many resources did they use? We actually, our team fight favors us. Yeah, they'd used some. Just gonna peel. Get some kind of fight, spread the fight out. Echo's out of the fight. I'm gonna try to keep him out of the fight as best as possible. It's not gonna work. Unfortunately, that happened. I want to look back, but I think Darius came this way as I was trying to come. The whole point was for him to come through so I'd have an avenue to go forward and dash onto him. But I don't think that's what we got. How do we come back out of this game? What do you guys think? Hashtag strat chat. They're going to dive in with Echo and Vi. Organa's going to be a counter to me in general. And try to get good rotational play, and we can try to get another one of those dream scenarios for a Darius. But it needs to stem from like people not dying on the sides, right? They need to be very aware that we are much weaker and the enemy team can come make these plays. Up, I'm just dead. Yeah, that was bad. Now I'm tilted. I need to get off tilt. I'm reacting towards where I think people should be, and that's not what it is. I need to play with how they're doing.
Shut down.
This is our... We have 2 points of strength, and it's really just this. This Mordekaiser build is garbage too, unfortunately. It might find a window right against an engage from something like these champions diving in. But like Aurelion Sol cannot be pushing out blankly. This is Darius's lane to push, right? Longer, unsafe, we can't control this. I could try to make a play for this dragon, but instead I'm going to start moving our vision around to the Baron side because we absolutely give this up. Give dragon, please. Step one. Now these wards are fairly redundant, right? I don't actually need all of these, but I want to make sure that we're controlling this area, making it very apparent to my team that that's what I want to control. Nice. Alright, you know what? We're actually strong enough now where we can go for this dragon. So now, I'm going to play for a rotational ward. I'm going to move one of these over. I'm going to get a flanking position because they don't need my damage here. I'm going to help protect against whatever might be coming in. And if they do decide to engage here, then we might be really strong. Kench is way out of position here. Got a double knockup. Go for this. Got her. Okay, but she got a return kill. Not the end of the world, though. I should have pressed my Shurelios significantly earlier in that position. Alright, we're going to reset our vision. Again, furthest one mid, then we're going to control this northern quadrant. So careful on your movements. They're really loose. I'm not going to say the really loose part. This guy can go pick up his red buff. We shouldn't have cleared it, though. This is a mistake. We're close to 20 minutes. You absolutely want to leave camps up for that post 20 mark so you can spike off of the team-wide buff. Hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me. Like, Soul being out against Echo is absolutely not the sort of situation we want. We want ARAM with this team. Alright, so we've got this one. Gonna start controlling vision on this side. We got Morgana in the spot. I can't get out. Alright, we're trying to communicate to the team that the correct play here is to start taking control of the northern quadrant vision. We're going to start winning these team fights. They are all fairly squishy except for Tahm Kench, but Tahm Kench went for this ridiculous AP build. So there's really nothing that he can contribute in fights because he just has to walk away at all times. Soul has perma prio here, as does Varus. Going to share some of the XP, try to get to level 11 if we can. We have to replace this ward, so we might as well do it as deep as possible in a meaningful spot. Can't quite take this yet. We can do this. All right, Black Shield is down. Got this. Darius, don't go any further, please. We control this area. Now we repush mid. That's a big win. Try to get that exhaust off. Try to get Darius as strong of a position as possible. He's so far separated from our team. This is not what we want. Okay, by Echo, they will dive into us. We need a juggernaut. Soul can actually win this. He's got the executes here. Tahm Kench dies. Yep, there you go. There's one. Where do I want to meet this Soul? Where does he want to fly? He's flying over to the right. Makes sense. Looks like he's pretty doomed. Okay. I don't know what Varus is doing. Like, you can't contribute to this fight, Varus. 24 seconds. Tahm Kench is dead. Soul is dead. That's obviously much better for them than it is for us. But we can try to make them take as long as possible on this dragon to reduce the uptime of the Baron. We might even be able to get a pick if they get overeager on a positional play. Like, Darius should almost already be in position here. That one. Deny vision as best as possible. This is the difference between vision, folks. Get a little heal up. Where's that guy trying to go? He's trying to hit. I don't like it. He must have targeted right here on the edge of the grass. That sucks. Tell me he did not start the... Tell me someone did not start the dragon there. I don't know what happened here. I don't know how it happened, but I hope no one started the fucking dragon. Israel, that's the springboard off allies. Good comms and pings, I love it. It's too hard to engage with Black Shield though, so I'd stay back and peel. Using Shurelya's is enough for your melees. Yeah, absolutely. Your Shurelya's just came up, but you pressed it like 2 seconds after it was up. I know. Yeah, I missed it. I missed it, right? I'll definitely go through. If you don't mind timestamping, I love the feedback. Then that way I can go and timestamp and look at it. But yeah, 100% agree. Play as peel for these two and just like let them go. Varus is not playing well at all. Them engage. See this spot. Oh, they see it. Alright, we're going. Maybe. Gonna try to get to the rest of them. Try to exhaust. I think this is a bit of a reach. Gonna try to get a little bit of vision, but it seems like it's really far, especially with no salt. Yeah, this was dumb. This is dumb. Just bad. It kind of goes against the tune of what we were trying to do, right? Kaisa is so strong. Yeah, Terminus is an incredible item. Am I dead? Probably dead. I don't need to go over the wall with her. That's a bad decision. Oh, it wasn't up when it would have been optimal to use. Got you. Got you. Alright, well, we've got Trailblazer. Maybe Trailblazer was even right in this game where they're playing into us, and I don't need to go for a big burst. Also, Frozen Heart seems like it would be good. It's literally good against 4 of them. Still got time for it. I just really want Aurelion Soul to only do exactly enough in the side lane, right? Like pressing up any amount. I need to do better though about tracking exactly where Soul is. This. Gonna be our first line. It's gonna reset. Like look how valuable that knowledge is, right? Seeing a recall timer, so good for our team. We can start picking these fights. We can actually take these because they're missing someone. All right, that's was that flash? Or was that just his blast going into E? Still want to control this. We no longer need to be down here. I'd like to move my vision forward as much as possible. Yeah, we got a window for it. Beautiful. The next one is going to be this one in the bush. That's okay, because this one's going to be better. Recreate it. So now we've got our triangle of vision. We should be able to see all rotations into our neck of the woods. Oh, I missed him. I would have loved to just get one simple pick like that, but I just flew my mouse on the wrong side of the keyboard. We still have superior vision to them, though. They are moving into our spaces. Aurelion Sol can continue controlling these waves, and we always have push prio. We have to let them in there. The knowledge that we have is window here. Buff the Aurelion Sol. Chain CC. Shurelya's for the team as best as possible. We got one. Mord's in the middle of the team, but I don't think we can get any more off that. 25 seconds on this. Hopefully they rotate to Dragon, which we will see. We're going to see them rotate to Dragon. We're going to go to Baron. And ideally, we can actually just set a trap right here. Don't have the numbers for it. Yeah, you forgot about that bush. Those are not the angles that we are looking for, folks. We are going to get something out of it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Now, they do have syncopated back timers, and they have a dead frog, so we might be able to recreate a similar situation here. This guy needs to get out of that pool, my man. Woo! We're working hard, folks. Don't kill me, thank you. Oh man, let's see. Heal reduction, frozen heart. I think we got frozen heart, right? It's a beast. That sucks. I can't continue this fight. Darius losing 1v3. Well, he got one trade. I won't even say he lost. Mordekaiser losing the 1v1 versus Tom Kench is not what we want to see. Wardstone because game ends. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, we have the Baron, though, so I think we're going to be okay. But maybe a Watchful Wardstone would have been better. But yeah, I guess, right, because we have Elder coming up. Could be too much. Maybe this doesn't give us enough. Maybe, yeah, you know what? I think we're talking ourselves into this being the right call. We're going to sell this and get the Watchful Wardstone. And that's our general rule, is we buy this third anyways. Looking, he wants in. Shorted it. Soul is pretty chunked here. That's another kill. We got a huge chunk before he died, though. All right, let's see. We're still strong. Darius is going to feel really strong here. Echo, if the team can get together on him, we're going to be in a good spot. Just have to be careful, stay together. It's not the end of the world. Just need a quick nod to this. Darius can go pick it up first. We're going to go try to reset vision in the lane. We're going to try to get this arc again. What's up, Turbo? This game's going a little bit tough, but we are 9-0 recently. We'll find a way to get it out. We've got the big playmaking. We got that big playmaking energy in Rakan, you know? Just gotta feel that swagger a little bit. Let me shake it out, let out a grito. I think that we see enough of them coming through with that ward that we have up. They do see me here. I don't want to use my control word because I already have a really good one down. Kaisa W. Oh, this is awkward. Alright, Darius is looking for flank positions again. Got them all. Get me out, get me out. Echo dashed after me, that's fine. Echo using flash and all of his spells to get after me means we're going to be in really good shape. It's Echo and it's Kaisa. Kaisa's really low. Echo no flash. I'm going to ping this for them. No ult. I don't know. We're strong enough to take this. They've got their huge range advantage. And no jungler. Soul's got different ideas in mind. Oh, I think he just chases her down, right? 80 carry diff. Can't actually match it. We still have to be careful of the Echo, though. This ward will be really good for us, but we don't know whether or not he sees in this bush. I don't think they do, based on where they've had their vision. I don't think they should wait for anyone to respawn, but I am respawning in 2 seconds. I'll get this buff. You know what? What do you think? We wait for this. Alright, so we fixed the side waves. They're pushing straight up. Yeah, actually waiting might have gotten ourselves into trouble. Probably could have come out and replaced our wards and then recalled again. Just doing this because we can. At this point, I don't think that we're going to get much more out of the itemizations that we have in place. I don't think anyone's that close to finishing an item. Killing it is also just fine. We don't actually need to get the rest of it. Alright, I like my mid ward. I'm going to get my shallow ward right here on the beach. That's going to give me enough vision to get my flank off. Now we're just going to position right here. The only way into us is through me, right? So we don't even need to engage. Okay, looks like we are though. And we got him. Got 6 grubbies, so that's the end game. Woo! Goodness. It's here. Gonna see vision as far in as possible. Try to get the true damage stacking on as many spots as possible. I'm just going to in forward, It's not meant to do anything except for to buy some space. That win feels good. Excuse me while I do my best Tom Brady. I'll give you guys 3 seconds to turn your volume down. Let's go! Woo! That felt good. Heart rate's up here, man. That's why we had to let it out in one of those positive, just let it out. Because that was a good game. Now we let it come down. Very important after you come up to that high. A lot of people are going to be like, yeah, streak game, queue up again. Give yourself a moment, come back down. I need to get some lunch for myself. Who do I want to give this to? This guy played great. Asol had the angles and actually had some really good calls. We'll give it to Darius. The guy held it together. It looked like he was about to spam ping me to oblivion for going top, but man. Tough guys. This is interesting. I don't like having 2 void staffs like this. Somebody should have Crypt Bloom. And you know, I looked up the items. Crypt Bloom is actually an insanely high performing item on Rakan, which makes sense. Bundle up around a team fight like we're fighting here now. You get 1 kill, which is what his kit's designed on getting. You should be able to secure at least 1 kill, and that'll get that Crypt Bloom burst heal. So really fits into that counter engage mentality with the burst. It's not as visible as Redemption, but also comes faster than Redemption. Redemption, you kind of have to predict where the fight's going to end up, and you might have some flashes to deal through it. Darius has stayed positive, which was nice to see. Yep. This was a fun game. Is there a spot that I should go back and review? You know who I'm talking to on Discord right now? Were you here for the beginning of this? You weren't there. All right, yeah. So yeah, talking to Cupcake on the other side. Some of the late game engages weren't ideal according to the champ identity. Yeah, it felt like a reach a couple times, but at the end I was fine. Right, the very last one felt really good. Soul's pressing forward, and Soul going is like a continuous caterpillar effect for Rakan going into that fight. And whether or not I think it's ideal for Rakan in those spots, I felt like it was ideal to support my teammate on their plan. And obviously we were going to have a gargantuan team fight with this end game composition, but it's just really awkward. Darius, Mordekaiser, Rakan trying to chase after people is going to be, I mean, Rakan can do it, but these two cannot. So it's a really awkward spot. Solo engages where it got dicey, which is just how the champ is sometimes. Yeah, and that echo, I was just purely a misplay, and then it was down, right? Even with the stacked in Ultimate Hunter, we didn't have it up in time for that next little like mini skirmish that came out around mid, so it felt bad. I'll actually look at it, see if we can see anymore. This will be the only best of 3 I played today, because I knew going in that I was kind of tired, and I could feel that either I'm lagging a little bit or I'm lagging up here a little bit, and chances are it's probably up here. But let's take a peek. It's like right around here, right? Yeah, right here. Okay. So from this spot, like twice my mouse just like shot to the left. So you saw me move here and move there. Completely off script. That's not what I wanted. But going back, let's evaluate going into this position whether or not I like it. So we had decent information on where they're going. We have much better ward lines than we have, and I really honestly attribute our ability to carry through this fight with just better vision lines, that we were further forward. And I'm gonna go back, maybe we can even check what Morgana's got. This is interesting. I had no idea that they placed this. But if we like look at the rest of the game, what's actually available? All right, good. I had exactly the amount of time that I thought I had, and if we had a pick on Echo, then we would have a pick on Echo. But that was all that we were searching for. But then the rest of this time is downtime on the Rakan ult, right? 50 seconds, even with fully stacked Ultimate Hunter, it's still taking that long. And this is one of the things about Trailblazer now, right? I like these two together. The combo of the move speed, especially when it was these two champions that need help moving around. This is my favorite time for getting both of them. But I know your boy. I know Cupcake is a bigger fan of Trailblazer and then like Zeke's or Frozen Heart. But Shrelia's performs better at every stage bot in the game and costs less. So I have a tough time believing that this is any worse, especially because the 8% move speed. Like this 5% plus 20 never catches up to 8%. And then the active, so like when you want teammates to move fast, this is 30%, this is 15% of yours, which is, again, not close. So Shrelia's just feels like it does the same identity better. It doesn't give health, but it does give ability power, which is 95% applied to the shield. So I think that Shrelia's is just a better item than Trailblazer. But it's, you know, this one also has the slow attached to it, which I haven't used. I have not gotten myself into... I'm sorry about the camera being on Brilliant Soul. The Trailblazer, the fact that we're melee and we can potentially proc this for the extra slow, I haven't used this once. And this is something that... This is on my list of end of March goals. Being able to attack. So, for example, this play right here on the Echo... How would this have changed if I just go up and I attack him before dashing? I mean, obviously R on top of him, but he has a dash too, so I should have been just R'ing. And this shouldn't have been a W. This is a mistake. Because I R first, he has the E to dash potentially away from this, and I don't want to ever miss this. And it locks me. Now, that said, I meant to aim it up here. I don't know what happened. Did I like fly this way, and then you saw me click left again here? But even then, just casting it's a mistake. I can just walk up. If I bring this back, if I just walk up, right, we have superior vision, we have rotation of who's coming in, who can be in this position at all times, because we have the wave, we have this ward, we have this ward. So we have literally perfect information on Echo is completely alone right here. And if I go up and I just press my ultimate, walk up to him, I could even auto attack to slow him down. Probably not even worth the extra time, but just getting this right here and then having the W for the increased duration would have been fantastic. But this was the reason this wasn't bad is because of superior planning, but the execution was just awful, and that's something that I want to be much more comfortable with. All right, let me take a quick break, get some food in my stomach, and then I'll come back and we'll do this OP Zyra, Darius, and Yorick jungle that are just like absolutely I mean, Zyra's tearing it up. She's so insane. We'll probably just showcase that. If you guys haven't seen it, it is the most absolute free elo you can get right now. But I will be right back. Alright, here we go. Hopefully you guys like it. That's adventure royalty free music, fantasy music, medieval fantasy music. That game was exhilarating. So this is what I was talking about, Israel. At every phase, Shurelya's outperforms Trailblazer, and Shurelya's is the cheaper item. Not only that, but just theoretically, I think it's stronger, right? I already mentioned the reasons earlier. The fact that it's winning more and it's cheaper, I don't see how there's an argument for Trailblazer, right? Like, same win rate first, plus 4% second, plus 4% third. Small sample size now getting in here, but plus 6% or plus 5% fourth. Only here, and this is probably because of some rebuy, but again, like, this is a tiny sample size now. 51 and 24 is absolutely minuscule.
Art can shed light on our fears.
Ninth. Was Varus 10th. I can't help but to think if Morgana actually built support items, whether or not they would have won that. Nice, we get the classic Ashe Zyra lane, but they're completely new rules. This is gonna be sick. Alright, what do we want here? Generally, you're gonna want this. Although the Cosmic Insight, the item haste isn't going to do that much. It does affect the trinkets. But if we're going to go, for example, into Leandries, it doesn't do anything for Leandries. So it's something that we have to be mindful of. Also, I love Dark Harvest for this, because it just gets so big so quick. Snowball off of here. Never need any HP for the jungle. So you'll outscale it by level 6 here. Totally fine going this way. Sometimes you want to go boots, depending on matchups. The only problem with magical footwear is I think you really want your first item to be Sork shoes, and that's like the biggest case against this. So if we were going to go elsewhere, we'd probably be looking at like this. I don't know. Scorch feels kind of weird water walking in Transcendence, and then we can get our ganks off, kind of take control of the jungle by just being significantly faster. The good thing about the item cooldown is there's a Kayn right here, and we've got Syndra on the other team. So actually, Zhonya's is starting to look kind of spicy. Maybe we will just go here. We'll go Leandries into Zhonya's. What is this team? This is amazing, is what it is. Very high damages. I'm autofill first time Psycho Octopus. Yeah, no. This is someone who this guy's building the shroom build. I guarantee it. He's got the devil shroom up. He's pretending to be first time, even though he's got a skin. All right, this game we'll try to get an E flash off. We'll try to break a PR on jungle clear, although that is entirely RNG dependent. We have Kayn, Mordekaiser, Teemo. Teemo just stomps on Mordekaiser, although Mordekaiser, if he ever connects his E, is going to win that. And starting at level 6, he can just try to ult him and then just get into those long fights. But press the attack, Teemo should be dealing enough damage by then. It is a teleport, so he's not going to have as much of the lane kill pressure, but he should be able to get the experience up and stay ahead in that way. Zyra is going to outclear Kayn by a lot. Kayn is very quick, but it is not close to Zyra, and we'll see whether or not they go for a leash. Ezreal Ashe has a ton of lane pressure. Tom Kench has none. He will try to walk up to them potentially, but if he ever misses his W, we're just going to kill them. This is a spell that basically gets you dead. You have to preempt it with a slow. Smolder can do that, but it's rough. It's risky. You know what? What do we want? We want this. Let's go try to find Kayn. I'm going to try to get this trinket down on the raptors to see whether or not he starts raptors. It won't tell us everything because there's basically 4 spots that Kayn can start, but it will tell us something. He swept. Oh my god, what a guy. Hey, I got a proc though. He swept. Ay. This came out at 54, so it's gonna last a 124, and then when you activate it, this will be on cooldown for 7 seconds. That is quite close. If we can get even a single auto attack out of it though, it's worth it. If we can cast this Q at 123 and hit this thing, then we're good. But we don't want to wake this one up. So our Q comes up after this anyways. We got 1 auto out of it. Oh my god, we're winning. It's so good. No, our Q didn't hit this. We were too early. Shit. Gromp attacks so slowly that he never outpaces the fight here. Oh, this guy's coming for some action. He had smite, okay. Alright, he wants to do this to me? Fine. Fine. That's his smite down, and now he has nothing left to get for us. So now he's going to be super late. Alright, so he goes Raptors. Raptors is going to respawn at 353 for him. I really missed this. We have a double kill in bot lane. Kayn is right up here. Trying to block, it's not gonna be good enough. I have red buff, and he's getting hit by minions, so I think I win this. But it is very, very close. Can't let him Q me. Okay, couple Dark Harvest procs. Not the end of the world. All right, so his Raptor camp is coming up shortly, right? So 353. I imagine that Kayn's over here because he probably had very little to do besides to come to that side of the map. So now we'll take this, we'll confirm whether or not he's done anything on this side of the map, whether or not that's up. All right, it is up, and let's try to get this thing right on spawn. Winning. So we get our payback for him for stealing that camp earlier. So I'm just trying to get in on this. Can't do it, my lady. That's a level 5 Syndra. That's not good enough. You're dead. Oh, is Kayn with you? Okay, Kayn's with you. JK. Got you both. Zed's in there too. This is an easy win. Nice. What were they thinking? Kane's giga tilted. You know what? Because of the pace here, now there's a good chance that Kane just goes to his other side, reverses again. He might think that these are even done. Cassandra's got no pressure, so he might leave and go to this side. It's not positive, but that's what I would do. So we, I think, have time for another reverse clear here. We can actually put a ward, or at least like a seed down on the dragon, see if he tries to do this. Or to at least be present for a gank against bot lane. Again, I'm too early. I'm trying to get this like right on time, and I'm missing out. So there's even optimizations you guys can do better than me here. Now we're in position to guard against this. Those plants are going to survive to continue taking out the camp. Oh, he did go straight back over. Okay, props to him. All right, that means dragon's us. We get to control bot side of the map. I took the wrong angle here. Come here, come towards me, come towards me. Please come towards me. I'm trying like heck to block this, my man. Smolder did the same mistake that Ezreal did, which is running away from the fight rather than towards your teammates. I mean, pinging me's not going to help me perform any better, that's for sure. Tom Kench's 5 kills, that's crazy. There shouldn't be anything stopping them from just kiting away from Tom Kench, right? But obviously this sustained fight right here, he's attacking minions as well. Gets the big shutdown. That's what it was all invested in. There's Kane, which means that we can take his red side jungle. This will come over here. We don't need to finish clearing it because we're good. We'll take the Scuttle Crab later as well. Dragon is theirs, but I'm going to take his entire red side quadrant. I'm gonna get spotted here. Ooh, this is actually down. Interesting, which means I probably have to mark myself. Kane's dead. Okay. Oh, more just warded behind us. That's very good for Teemo. He's thinking about what's happening behind him rather than what's in front. Zed again is the big benefactor here. I'm gonna pick up this wave. Alright, so we're gonna give this, because I just got the shutdown on Zed. You know what, I should... that's actually tough. Maybe I should be holding mid. I think I should be holding mid. Right, like I could be generating just about the same amount of resources, but also maintaining the turret health, which is obviously invaluable. Whether or not this guy likes it, we're going to help push so we can go for dragon. Actually, Kane's spotted, so we don't need to do anything.
An ally has
Yep, there's another lag spike. That's his E down, that's a big deal. That's gonna be enough for a kill on this one. And we get on this one, we slow him down. We don't want him to hit any harder than we need to. Burst, please, I'm dying. Oh no! It's okay. Alright, we're gonna get a lot out of this. Zed's huge. Survives the extra turret hit. They've got 6 grubs. But I don't know if they're going to be able to siege this game. They are a low-range comp. They've just got Syndra and Smolder. Smolder's going to get outranged by everybody here. Teemo also a direct counter to that champion. Strong enough with the shrooms that the shrooms actually deal damage against weak champions, like this one, especially with no stats. So you can basically just die. Also, the blind stops his Q from hitting. So a lot for Teemo to love against Smolder. Should I be playing towards that? Maybe. Guy's got his Merc Treads. He's got Yumu's popping. Kane's behind the Teemo. Is that what I just saw here? Look at this damage. Alright, Kane's bottom. We take his quadrant again. Get an interim push in the middle lane because we can, and this is pushing anyway. So hopefully the Zed doesn't overreact.
Shut down.
Gonna do this to just keep this alive for a little bit longer. Where's Kane at? There they go. It is a blue Kane. He's going for the side camp, so he's going to fight for his own red right now, which makes sense. Tom Kench has a killing spree again. 10 kills. This guy's popping off.
An ally has been slain.
They see me here on this ward? I don't think so. Alright, I'll be here when you get out. Yeah, they knew they could get that on me. That's on me. I have to get out of that. Alright, we said that Zhonya's was going to be paramount this game.
An enemy has been slain.
Yikes, that Heartsteel proc is so big. Let's get the blinds, so no Heartsteel here. Okay, that's a flash. Oh, Kane's on the right. damage. They want to move towards dragon. That's a shame. Yep, you can get that too. You can ping it, but like pushing mid would have also accomplished the same goal, guys. That's one of the important things. I'm willing to trade my life for hers every single time. Damage right there. No. They got the cane. Beautiful. Got that Ash. Thank you, Smolder. I should have probably kept vision of that guy. What I just did was very, very stupid. Tom Kench is going to cue me in the face. I'm going to get hit by Smolder. I was foolish. Utterly foolish. Although it got Ezreal a kill, so we'll say we're. But utterly foolish. Man is getting strong, it is true. You guys are so peachy. Popping out. You guys in trouble. Smite in the face. Tight windows. Very tight windows. Smolder with the ult? Okay. Okay. I had Zhonya's. I don't think I was wanting to use it there. We're gonna have the needlessly large rod on tap. Unfortunately, Teemo backed. I don't think he actually needed to back here. And he's got Nashor's Tooth, so these shrooms really don't do anything. It's like, why? There's very little reason to be in this spot here. It's a hit. I shouldn't have played as passively as I just did. Can we go Herald off of that? This guy wants to chase. I mean Baron. Baron is the word I'm looking for, not Herald. Okay, give. We need to tank some of this damage here. We are going to win this game, folks. buffs and siege. That's a big hit from downtown.
Has been slain.
We have to fix this wave too, right? I think we can smite and walk away from this. I think it's dead. We just have to reset this. We may have to give this dragon. Stop it.
Spree. Enemy triple kill.
What is this guy's penchant for quitting? I don't want to say something mean, but like, you know, try becoming a winner for the first time in your life. First one right about losing just makes you a loser. That's all it does. Alright, that's gonna be the end of them.
An ally has been slain.
Barely gonna chew through the Canic Rooker. We bait this. Oop. Okay. Got him? Oh no! They went for the flash auto rather than the auto flash. Oh, from downtown. 3 points from Steph Curry. I had to type dragon down. Dude, that's lore centric. Enchanted crystal arrow taking down the big gold dragon. I don't know what I'm doing out here. Not really anything. Wait more Tom Kench till last. That guy's dead. Incorregible. I don't know. What do you think? Israel's gonna outscale the crap out of this Tom Kench, right? Like, it's not even close. That's a slow, which means we get a root. Now we get a shutdown. And we pop him. Here we go. Easy peasy.
An enemy has been slain.
Can't put shrooms on the Baron. I should actually tank so that these things stay alive much longer. We're missing out on the damage here. That does wake the things up though. Why is this thing healing? You're not allowed to heal. Our team's pretty low. I should be continuing the fight, not trying to continue the Baron. He's back up. The demon, unkillable demon king is back. Just walk at people like it's something to do. Just to walk all over me on the walkway. Maybe we should have gotten this blue buff. Actually, maybe we win that fight if I get blue buff first. Because if we get blue buff first, like, think of the ramifications. We get that many more spells off in the course of that fight. I also think that someone might have gotten out. Didn't quite see live. We're trying, mate.
An ally has been slain.
Guys burning to death. Check for bush. Zone. Ouch. Ash just dead again. Oh man, they're having a time here, huh? Big knock up. Do a root? No, I missed it. They're not gonna get this. This Kane, man, sweeping me at level 1, invading me at 2, didn't need to smite, and I smote to try to to show off the jungle clear speed. That's what I get, my own lesson in humility. This guy's... he is trying. Level 16 is a big spike for Teemo. We're so close to 16 on the people who matter. This top catch is so big. And he can't get any bigger. We scaling. Guy's in trouble. She's taking damage. She burning. Yeah, his Sed's got this. Guy's dead. Smolder's trying to come too, which means he's dead. That's right. But we have to get away from the Tom Kench. Unkillable Demon King. Okay, the enemy is at the gate. Fine, we can get in. We can get out. But at least we tried. Six actually. Have you seen the size of that Kench? It's high. It's high. At least we had fun. Right. Shit, what happened to that early game? We still had a good position, right? I bet after 4 minutes, even after the invade, I think we still had a better spot. GG, Timo lost his mental. Yeah, you know, it happens. That guy was going crazy, and then Zed joined the party. Like, literally, this guy was just doing this as much as he could. Enter. As much as possible. I mean, have some fun for the ride, man. Imagine the glory we could have had if we took down that demon that was the Tahm Kench. All right, first thing I want to look at is 5 minutes in, us versus versus Kane, who had more resources. Did we manage to get out of this situation alive? We have a kill's worth of advantage here. Okay, so we were up 80 gold anyways, despite everything. And what's our experience? 4.25 versus 4.25. So we're on the same amount of everything, 7 camps each. And then it gets better right here, obviously, when we get these kills. And he's off the map, nothing really to do. Kane's dead right here, so this is a really good spot for us. But let's see what he had on this video. What is that video? You mind disclosing real quick? So when he went back to his side of the game, what vision did they have? None? He just has second iteration of sweeper. So he knows that I went over to harass, so he's assuming that I'm on blue. So if I don't smite this, he's just completely boned out of this game. That's on me. That's entirely on me. So we got vision of him right there for a moment. He was trying to go out of vision, but we saw each other for a moment. So he can go here. He's using E, so he only has access to Q and smite. But obviously he has smite, I don't, so he's going to take this Gromp down. Could I have punished him by just starting the fight? So he uses his Q. I could have stepped away and actually started this fight with the blast, with the cone. Yeah, maybe I just fight him. He's on Dark Harvest too, right? Maybe I just fight him, because if he decides to continue this fight, we're both Dark Harvest. Actually, there's a big difference here. He's got potion, I don't. But it ends up being okay. And maybe I should have known that he wouldn't stick around. I could have taken this camp as well. But the total pace, if we accelerate the pace, right, and just watch the total amount of clearing, we're still fine. Right, because we just clear so much faster. So even at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, we've gotten these 4 camps. He's just starting camp 3, now he's going to 4. So we're way ahead here. Unfortunately, this Tahm Kench got gargantuan from this fight. That's the last thing we want to look at, is go back. How did this happen with the Tahm Kench? Okay, so Ashe Ezreal should 100% be ahead in the pushing power in this lane. They do get to level 2, but it looks like it's just from that. They kite backwards. He casts W, which should get you killed. Okay, they got the double kill. So what do you do wrong? All right, this is a perfect strat chat moment. Let's check out the lane state. They have used, I believe, all 4 of their summoners. It says the heal is up, but I think it got used. That's a spectator bug. So all your summoners are down. All 8 summoners are down. What do you do with this wave state? Well, we count minions. All right, first thing to do, we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got the full wave coming in here. 3 casters for 5 casters plus the 3 melee. So we have 5 casters and the wave, or 2 casters and the cannon wave. This one is the wave that came towards us, which is also 2 casters plus the wave, but we have a damage lead. The big problem that we're going to have is the ability to push this, and maybe the answer is call Zyra over. And I probably should have seen this. This is probably on me more than on them. I should come here right now, help them to clear this wave, because I'm still way ahead of time because I skipped wolves. I'm always going to be faster than this spawn anyways. I had time to go help them push this out and then come back. But even then, it is Ezreal, right? Ezreal stacking. You want to let as many of your minions die as possible, so you want to be aiming at casters, getting them low, and then finishing off the rest. This is a huge mistake by Ashe. This is where it stops being good. Ezreal has the right plan. They got enough push power. I was close enough, and we called it out live, that we might have to help them get out for a recall here. But Ashe trying to greed for any amount of plate damage, this is the usage of tempo. And if you can picture your snowball rolling down the hill and it's collecting snow, this is you picking it up and throwing it off and it's done, right? You are turning all of your tempo into this, but now you're stuck in a lane state where you're at 60% on your resources and they're coming back and they've shopped, right? Even if they've shopped with nothing, they have shopped, and if they've traded with anything, I'm talking even just 1 extra potion, you're going to be in a really bad spot. This is even worse, right? To show up in this sort of situation where we're just dying. Now we're taking this 2v2 and we trade this, but Tahm Kench gets 2 kills and it's a really bad spot. On me, 2 adjustments. 1, to be more ready for this and to be aware of the summoners. But 2, I don't need to help this Ashe. I was not paying enough attention, and that's largely on me because I'm talking to you guys. But when I'm talking through it, if I'm competing, 100% this Ashe needs to get out faster, and you need to spend your tempo, right? If you go back and you spend your money, and notice, right, we've got a kill to work with. This extra money that you're dealing with, the 2 kills from the lane, that is a significant item spike. You'd be coming back to the lane at approximately this point right now with the Ezreal, and you'd have a serrated Dirk versus the nothings, right? This is nothing here. And you'd be able to bully this guy out. Now they'd be stuck in a positive push. This lane is pushing towards them uncontrollably. Nothing they can do about it. Tahm Kench would be full health. It is worth noting. And they would have been able to push this wave all the way up because there wouldn't have been a fight, right? But then Ezreal can just take it and turn the wave. Even with this, right? You kill the Tahm Kench. How does it go wrong? Don't push here. Pushing is very bad here again. Same reason. Right, now you're 2v1, no reason to push here. Just get in front of the wave and zone this guy. By pushing the wave, now you're just walking yourselves into a potentially bad spot again. But you are going to be stronger. Only problem is that Tahm Kench now has his Giant's Belt, which scales all of his spells. Ashe does the right thing stepping forward, but you can't go too far. Right, you just do this, continue kiting. You're still good. What now? You see the jungle on top side, so you're feeling pretty good about harass. Still good, still good. Dodging the Smolder W, very hard to do because of the way it's casting, but you can get out of the minions or stand in the minions if you want them to be harder to last hit. We're still advantaged right here. And we're going to have summoners coming back up first. Okay. So he tries for something. You can go for more punish there, especially with red buff. Ashe can't continue that trade, but Ezreal can. Okay, now you push this wave, it's cannon gave. Recall. Recall. You can go up here, tap this, at best, get out. Get out of this lane state. Right, you need to go shop and present your gold. How much gold are we sitting on right now? 1,400 gold and 800 gold. So tremendous amounts of gold here. This better be a push and a recall. But it's probably already too late. This was Zyra's bad angle. I should have realized that they could come in. So definitely 2 things that I can do better to help this lane not be in this really bad spot. Also, that E was not positioned in a spot to get the Ezreal safe. This is a really weird thing by the Smolder. If you're Smolder here, he starts running away from the fight, trying to run away from Zyra. Run away from Zyra while also killing Ezreal, while also moving towards your Tahm Kench. By isolating yourself here, you ensure that you die. Maybe I could have just turned around. I wanted kills so badly in this Norms game. This is the effect of the cortisol. Good cutting by Smolder. This is the effects of the cortisol from last game. Tried to drain it, wasn't enough. They do drag if you go drag there. You mean if you recall there? Your team does dragon. You're talking about here. The problem with going for dragon out of this position is that even if you saw Kayn top, which we did, right, like 30 seconds ago, they're coming back with items. We have no resources. So if we go straight to dragon here, even with Zyra being the best or top 2 dragon takers in the entire game, they can still show up to this fight. Zed's also going to be missing Proud. Now, in this case, he does have a kill up, so maybe we could have considered it. Maybe dragon is good, but definitely you can't do it if you go for this push, 100%. But definitely, once you get hit by a spell, you gotta try like heck to not get hit by this. And then Zyra took an awful. This is on me taking an awful angle. Maybe if I come up this way, we're able to turn this. I played this horrendously. So 10 seconds earlier. So they get, let's say they do the minimum to just tap this plate. You have the recalls. We just saw Kayn up top. We can assume that he's on the grubs. So right here, they tap it just so that they get credit. Ashe can do it for the stacks if she has stacks, but if you don't have stacks, you should not take this because you want Ezreal to get solo gold. But I could see Ezreal tapping this, hitting it once, and then coming over. If we do drag from this position, let's count, right? Like it would take us 10 seconds to get into position and another 15 seconds to take it. They could be out in that spot, and if we disappear, specifically if we exit stage left, and if they have any amount of vision, they're definitely coming towards us. And in that case, we would lose. Just straight up. Getting 2 plates is actually a completely like fine prize, but you have to play safely to get out of it. I did not evaluate this. Again, I was distracted talking to stream, so this is just an awful play for Zyra to go up this way when the fight is happening right now. And so we kind of like walked ourselves out of that entire fight. No, dragon right there is a good way to lose tempo as well. Right, like you do not need to claim anything. If you just spend your gold, then you can just go and do the same thing again, but with an even bigger lead, and that's how you snowball. Right, when you just recall is a good pattern for keeping your lead and advancing your lead. When you take your lead and you turn it into dragon, which even if we look at it just from the position of the earliest possible take here, right, like if they just win this fight, they push this wave and immediately go dragon and I go dragon, then it's close to on whether or not we kill it uncontested completely, but then do we actually get out, right? We're looking at 60% resources. I'm calling for them to recall. They can get a plate at most and then back out, but even then, like looking at the amount of gold that we're sitting on, 1,300 gold from an Ezreal, 700 from Ashe, you could just turn this into more items and then expand your lead, get an even better reset or an even better recall or dragon time or whatever from the bot lane. I would never do dragon here. If anything, you can ask Zyra to go and solo the dragon while you're doing this to put pressure on the lane to force them to come to you. So I will say that Krugs is probably just really bad. Yeah, you know what? I've got nothing to say except Zyra made a lot of mistakes this game. That's on me. I can do significantly better. Damn, that's too bad. All right, do we have time for another game? 2:20. I've got an appointment at 3, so that's gonna be it for me. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I think that Robot Carter, I think you're right about the window is there. You can do dragon. The problem is if you take dragon, right, your team is now looking at I have dragon, and that's it. An enemy team comes back onto the map, and then you have to realize what they're gonna get back. You definitely can't fight them because they just shopped. So if they're coming back to the river at that point, we'd have to leave and full evac. Then they get prio mid, they get prio in my jungle, and they get prio on the turret. So that same amount that we just got, we basically just handed it back to them. Whereas if we take that fight, recall, come back, spend 1,400 extra. Well, actually, what they have 2,000 extra gold. Then you're coming back to this situation where you just won while you're up 1,000 gold. Now you're going to be up 2,000 gold as a lane, and you can do the same thing, and then you can punish this lane and punish the Tahm Kench to the maximum. What would I have done different? Went Vel'Koz. Thrifty, which one were you? Ashe? Ashe is a lot of fun. Vel'Koz has a little bit more range, but also Ashe Zyra is such a classic pairing. And it might have created something from them, you know, whether or not they want to try to react to a lane like that, but Zyra being in the jungle. I mean, there's so many things that I need to do better in that game. I played greedy in the mid game and paid for it. No, it's okay. It's okay, but for the game, it's a Norms game. We're having fun. It is what it is. Most Norms players don't necessarily want to hang around for games like this, but that's what we do on this channel. And this was our cooldown game because you should have seen this game. Man, I'm gonna pull up the gold chart. This game was a hell of a ride. Right? Like this game ended in a Tom Brady style get up, flex down, let's go. You know, that level of pump. And then we took a break, breathed, you know, we're intentional about our or deliberate about our intentions to reset, and it was still in this game. Like I could still feel that like animosity, that high level of just like excitedness that can lead to distraction. And specifically talking to a stream, that's where the majority of my focus went, and that's why I played, I think, the worst game I've played all week through this, because Zyra should have an absolutely fantastic time. I made it fun despite the team. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. This win was something else. This win was a lot of fun. It was a battle all game. It never, I mean, it felt pretty it felt pretty doomed. The early laning phase that we should have been able to stomp early, we lost as Rakan Varus into Morgana Kai'Sa. The Varus got hit with full powered Q from Morgana and full powered Kai'Sa Q to start. And it's like, you know, we're just having trouble. He got hit by another one, and that's when we lost in the lane. I could have probably blocked it and set things up better, but then the whole game was, all right, try to like just get these two ahead. Try to get Darius Soul, and it was a long, hard game of attrition of vision, patience, and trying to get as much right. This guy luckily was able to just hunker down, not try to do too much. Another Tahm Kench, though, is a mandatory ban. I mean, Tahm Kench, he's got weaknesses. Like, you can't deny that he's got huge weaknesses. And Senna is where he's going to be best all the time. Jhin support is actually okay with Tahm Kench as well. It's an awkward pick. And in this game, like, they lost the game because it was Tahm Kench building Rod of Ages Riftmaker. Like, they had no more sustained damage. They have a support building mage. Her damage just falls off a cliff. Tahm Kench's damage is single target and falls off a cliff. And they just had a very difficult time trying to secure the right situation for us. I don't know how to counter him. I just know he can easily snowball if left alone. Yeah, I mean, he has to snowball, but the problem is he's big, single target, and eventually he doesn't even tank very well. It's not that he can't absorb damage well, it's that he has a tough time actually providing threat, right? A tank is an armored vehicle with a cannon, right? Like, you actually need to present threat, otherwise you're not tanking, you're just soaking up a few things, and maybe you can soak up some skill shots, but Tahm Kench will always have a huge problem going into the end of the game. Now, this one had a mightily stacked Heartsteel, so that gives him something, but it's single target, walk around, walk in the middle of the fight. If we could have dealt with damage dealers and then skipped the Tahm Kench, but unfortunately these fights all kind of broke down into, oh, Tahm Kench is in my face, let me start hitting him while kiting, and honestly you can just walk away from him. It's much stronger in intermediate and beginner elos, and in high elo. I mean, we can look it up and see if there is a drastic difference. So let's look, for example, Tahm Kench top lane in elite play. Okay, not doing awful. It's not very many games played. Gets crushed by a lot of them. Is favorable into Darius, which is why some people are picking. But like, look at these win rate deltas against the majority of the field. You're basically trying to beg to get played against Garen, Darius, Trundle, right? These like kind of beefy fighters, but with not much mobility and stuff to do. Malphite is the champion that you completely counter. Yeah, Volibear, same thing. Like, you have fantastic matchups, but you also have awful matchups, and then it's difficult to try to make it happen. Let's see what it's like if we go to, let's go to the biggest. Let's just go to gold. Win rate drops a little bit. Yeah, all right. It's not that big of a difference. You see more heart steals. It's just tough. As the game continues, your identity becomes very, very difficult to play. And in these bot lanes, it can be as simple as dodging more of the W's, right? That W should never be cast blindly. And at a certain level, really gold and above, you should be looking for it and you should be ready to react to it. And if you're looking for it and ready to react to it, then it should never hit you. The caveat to that is if you have someone like Smolder or his own Q, Smolder landing a W does mean that he will, but that spell locks you out for a full second, right? So you are stuck in a cast animation that you cannot change. Then you arrive. So I believe it's 3/4 of a second that he's stuck in the leapfrog, and then another half second after he arrives before he can do anything. So against any amount of organized play and someone that's anticipating that spell, there's very little that he can do, right? And he tries to jump in, and you're just stuck in these weird situations where I walk at you, and I just hope that you don't dodge this spell. And if I hit you with Q, then yeah, I can continue walking at you, but he's always going to have the walk at you problem. So maybe he's just better than the other walk at you champions like Darius, Garen, Volibear types. It's like Alawi, oh, just keep it moving. Yeah, right. Just keep moving. Just Alawi ults, all right, peace. And same thing you would do against Alawi, stay out of range. Don't let the E hit you. Same thing. One spell that you need to dodge. And if you dodge it, then you're probably just fine, and you just keep them at range, and they're useless. There's nothing they can do about it. So the easiest thing to do, if you wanted to practice it, really just a visualization exercise is probably good enough. You could literally just play a game of not even play a game, go into practice tool, right? So you'd go in and you want to say, I want to get better against Tahm Kench. And this is, for anyone that wants to. If they don't want to do this kind of practice, that's totally fine. We're just going to show for a second. We're just going to get an internal cadence about who and what this hits. We're just going to level the W. We're just going to put a sea of dummies around, and we're going to show like what the animation does. Because there are a couple tricks that you can do on Tahm Kench that can come up, but they all are predicated on actually landing this spell. All right, so let's go up, we'll go cold. Okay, so first off, range. You want to be comfortable with where can they get to, right? So they're going to cast at max range. It's going to be here. How many people can actually be hit, and what's the displacement, right? So you can go in, hits these 3 people, but look at that time, right? So I'm going to go from cast. I'm going to try to cast it right on 35, right when it dings. My Q does not land until after 37, right? So my very first action is a 1.5 seconds later. And so even when I go in, that's what you just have to be basing around is, okay, I have a second to reposition myself from this area. This will never hit you because the way movement works in the game, your movement speed is the amount of units you can move per second. And each of these Teemos is 100 units. Okay, so in 1 second, so in my cast time of Tahm Kench ult, you can, if you react immediately, go this far. So even if I cast my W right on this, all right, so you can go even further. These are not placed together. B. Okay. It's still a little bit off. So if I target W right on this guy, right on the center, it never hits. So all you need to do is picture, okay, he might cast this now. And then when you're looking for it, you see it and immediately can start moving. Now, the things that will obfuscate that is if you're casting in bush. So this right here, you can use this to indicate like where bushes end and begin. This is actually a new change. These are actually outside the bush, but it will hop in. This is the actual bush. When you cast a spell right here, it will be hidden unless they have vision of the bush. So that would be the one thing that you'd have to look out for, right? If an enemy Tahm Kench, if you're standing right here, or we'll say right here, and you don't have vision, they could cast it in here without you ever knowing. So let's say Tahm Kench is chasing you, you're running away, he's chasing you like this. If he casts, you don't actually know where in this bush he's casting. But the moment he starts the animation, you just go here. And the skill that you use for dodging is this, spacebar. If you don't have lock screen on already. You obviously want to be able to move your camera around when you're in fights, but Tahm Kench is chasing you. Just go lock screen anytime you're in evasive maneuvers. That way all of your clicks become very precise and you can be very close to your champion. As opposed to if you're moving the camera, then you might have to fly your mouse over here. And that buys a precious, 12th of a second. It takes time to do this. Whereas if you're dodging and just here, okay, change direction. Right? My click is here. Oh, easy. Right? Like literally, look how small of a click change in the direction. You can even just hold down your right click here and then do one this way. Although I don't recommend that because I don't know all of the things that this is going to do. It's not instantaneous. You can see like it doesn't react every bit. It's about every 20th of a second. Right? But if I'm here, then I can go boom, just one change. You just hold this down, boom. Right? So I go right next to me. And if you put it right on your character model, you see this little stutter. It's like, I'm there. Right? It kind of like stops and goes. This is something pro players use. Right? You use this to make it appear like you're doing animations. It also means that you can go back and forth. They're also going to be here. They're going to go like this. So the spell's coming in. Tahm Kench is going in and then go there. Should I just play back level 3 until 6? No. You want to abuse your range advantage. But keep in mind that the one thing that they're trying to do is, in this lane in particular, Smolder's trying to spit in a line, and then Tahm Kench is trying to jump on the end of the line. Right, so he's trying to slow you so that your movement speed, which is, for Ashe, I think 335 maybe, and 335 means that this spell is cast. By the time it's cast, I can move 335 units. So again, if that were in Teemo units, this is 300 range, right? So you'll be able to get to here, right? So if I kind of just stand here and go 1001, okay? And that's just how far you can get. You can see I'm slightly further ahead. I kind of put these a little bit too far apart. They should be side by side. So if I'm here with the even one, go 1001. And you can see we get past the 3, that's 330 range. But yeah, absolutely use your range advantage while you have it. For as much as possible, you want to sometimes stand in the middle of the wave to make sure that the Q can never hit you. What Tahm Kench is trying to do is trying to go Q, and then once it hits, he's trying to pop the W on top. Because the slow duration from this, 50% for 2 seconds, we already said that that's enough time to land this, right? So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, all right, let me hit. Okay, I hit. We go in. And that's how they consolidate their combo. And this thing deals so much damage, right? And the range actually increases. All right, it's worth noting that the range goes up by 50. But when you're playing against Tahm Kench, all you're really trying to do is not get hit by it. If you get hit, the cooldown refunds by a further 40%, by the way, and they have access to it again. But more importantly, it's giving that huge knock-up. Whereas if it misses you, look how clunky this is again. I'm going to click an auto attack on this guy. I'm going to W behind. All right. Look how slow it was. It was cast, jump, stop, hit, and then go finally for the hit. Right? It's the same thing again. I go here. I click on it. I don't do any more commands. But it's almost 2 seconds before I get that attack off. So if you can picture how much damage you can do in 2 seconds, that's easily auto spell auto. So if you're kiting and you take the first second to move and you're saying, all right, let me move, and then auto spell, and then you're already kiting away, and then you can already be thinking about dodging the Q and continuing the trade. And from that point on, he's got nothing. No W, no Q, no move speed. He's trying to just walk at you. You kite him very, very easily. Do I think Maokai is good against this matchup? Tahm Kench would be favorable into any type of matchup that's trying to butt heads. That's what his big strength is. What you're trying to do, the best case scenario for you is double range. Someone like Zyra Ashe would be absolutely fantastic. And you just go to town on them in those frames. That's got to be it for me, though. I got to get to my appointment. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the follows and the likes. If you guys haven't seen it, check out the YouTube channel. It's on gigagamingacademy.com. Tomorrow is our Theater Thursday. We're going to be watching this game right here, T1 versus KT, and breaking it down, and we can already see that it's gonna be a lot of fun. They're gonna be battling over Senna. We've got Karma, which is not the most exciting mid lane in the world, but I always like seeing these compositions that are like Kalista, Renata versus Aatrox. Who's gonna get in? This is gonna be a huge front to back battle. We're gonna watch this entire series tomorrow. That will be noon o'clock Eastern time. All right. So until next time, I'll catch you guys later. As always, keep it surreal. Peace. Yeah, LCK VOD review. You'll see it. It'll be live. So make sure you get here by noon tomorrow, right? We'll try to get a best of 3 in the morning if we're feeling rested, but Thursdays is normally for our VOD reviews. All right, I gotta go.